Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
I believe I can fly. Bye, have a great time. Just do it!
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Huh? Me? Just hanging around.
Final round. Fight.
Bye, have a great time.
Here I come. Oh, here I come.
Perfect KO.
Boom!
Nope, 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 nope.
I will look for you. I will find you. And I will kill you.
Circle it. Circle. You let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get one extra point as well. A bonus for the road exposing. Backstabbed by Masada.
He's been completely exposed. It's down to A-Backs, last player up against a full roster.
Yes.
Find somebody nameless though on the ground. Spinger's gone crazy all alone and he gets caught free round. Second Booyah
ตอนนี้น่ามีคิวครับผมเล่น
me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get one extra point as well. A bonus for the road exposé. The backstab by Masada.
ฟอนบอกจะได้6กุยา
He's been completely exposed. It's down to ABAX, last player up against a full roster.
Yes.
Find somebody nameless though on the ground. Swinger's gone crazy all alone, and he gets caught for a round. Second booyah
ก็ตอนนี้น่าจะมี RQ ครับผมเล่นดีครับ
Digs now. Exposé gets the backstab and high down on the ground. Exposé kicked down on the Stanko.
Lagi gua main, lu nggak akan bisa menang lawan tim gua.
Gonna be the first one to go in, Judo with the grenade. Gonna hope that they're gonna manage to get it. He gets it! I think Judo is down. Nameless is gone. Diamond is alone. Can he one v one?
Thank you very much bro udah kasih kita boya.
Circle it. Circle. You let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
I believe I can fly. Bye, have a great time. Just do it.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Huh? Me? Just hanging around.
Final round. Fight.
Bye, have a great time.
Here I come. Here I come.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get one extra point as well. A bonus for the road exposing. But backstabbed by Vasana.
He's been completely exposed. It's down to A-Backs, last player up against a full roster. Find somebody nameless though on the ground. Sminger's gone crazy all alone and he gets caught for round. Second booyah
ตอนนี้น่ามีคิวครับผมเล่นดีครับ
Digs now. Exposy gets the backstab. And high down on the ground. Exposy kick down on the Stunko.
Lagi gua main, lu nggak akan bisa menang lawan tim gua.
Gonna be the first one to go in, Duo with the grenades. Gonna hope that they're gonna manage to get the grenade. He gets it! I think Duo is down. Nameless is gone. Diamond is alone. Can he run beyond it?
Thank you very much, bro. Udah kasih kita boya.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Absolutely, and there's no doubt whatsoever they are going to be able to pull this off. Shin too low on that HP, and RRQ.
Strategi yang lain pasti ada, tapi nggak mau kasih tahu.
Trying to find somebody nameless though on the ground. Finger's gone crazy all alone, and he gets caught furry round. Second booyah
ก็ตอนนี้น่ามีคิวครับผมเล่นดีครับ
Digs now. Exposy gets the
Oh
back
my
down.
gosh.
Get high down on the ground. Exposy get down on the stunko.
Lagi gue main, lu nggak akan bisa menang lawan tim gue.
As many as he can take out, if he clutches it, he will be godly. But AG come up on top of the members, and it looks like an overextension from GOW is going to cost them the booyah.
You running out of members, running out of stamina. Wasana will not stand.
Đấy rồi, em đang đánh giá khá cao WZ vậy.
First blood.
Quadra kill. Dominating.
Killing spree.
Unstoppable. Triple kill. Wipeout. Wipeout.
Killing spree.
Killing spree. Killing spree. Good job.
Here I come.
Purgatory kill.
I'm Army Armstrong. Are you ready for Microsoft Monster Truck Madness?
Shut down.
Triple kill.
Killing spree. Triple kill.
He really did it! He did!
Killing spree. Shut down.
Team wipeout. Team Wipeout.
Valkyrie kill.
Killing spree. Team Wipeout.
Killing spree.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, and this is a Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall 2024, and we are excited to see what the final week of knockout stage has to offer. We're looking at the stage right now where everyone will be on the grand finals, and I'm really excited because this is the final stretch. At your service on the caster's desk, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, together with me is the one and only, the Mustacho AJ.
3 more days, and out of the 3 days, each team only has 2 play days, which means a total of 12 games, which calls it all. And of course, the stress is not as much for each and every single team out there, only for those in the bottom 6 here, Neptune. Teams like PE Sports, Heavy, Star Knights, they all have to hustle today. Of course, there are more from groups A and C down at the bottom, but you know, anything past those 3 teams seems a little impossible at this point.
Yeah, it's very difficult to, I would say, they're very difficult to say that the Malaysian teams, 3 of their teams have been doing on and off, and most of them are off days. So that's one reason why they are the bottom 3 of the overall standings.
Yeah, it hurts me, man. I am Malaysian. This is my nation that I wanted to see in the grand finals at Jakarta as well. Maybe if they had qualified, I would be able to fly there as well to cast, right? But unfortunately, that is not the case. 3 Malaysian squads all down at the bottom. Even for Toda, that showed us some signs of improvement, some signs of life, kind of crashed and burned, you know, too many inconsistencies there. So perhaps the next season is something that they'll have to wait for to fight for their opportunities. But these 3 teams, PE Sports, Heavy, as well as Star Knights, they still do have an opportunity. But we've seen them have many opportunities in the past. But, you know, once again, inconsistencies there as well. But perhaps this final week will bring forth some sort of miracle play.
And looking at this teams, I mean, it's more chance that PE Sports will be able to overcome that hurdle because they've done that before. They've done that in the previous season, and that paved the way to EWC, and that has given motivation to WAG as well as HUA and even GOW to step up like their game, and they're now PE Sports are now being left behind, well, including Heavy, outside of the top 12.
That's messed up, dude. Okay, that's super messed up, all right? You motivate the rest and then you yourself don't make it. I don't accept that at all. I would love for them to motivate Hua Esports, GOW, but at the same time, make it all the way through to Jakarta, Surabaya Convention Center. That's exactly where we're going to be, October 11th to the 13th. This all breaks down next month, and I'm very sure you guys do not want to miss it. We, of course, have 2 days of Point Rush and 1 day of Grand Finals. 6 games will call it all. You get to earn a couple of bonus points the first 2 days, as well as get a quick feel of what it is like to take on the rest of the 11 squads out there. No mistakes will be forgiven them.
Bro, I'm getting goosebumps right now because imagine we are now on the final phase or final stage of first phase. Imagine that's 2 months overall, 18 teams, 18 match days, 6 weeks of gameplay, and we are in the final week. This is a 6th week, and then by next month, the 3rd month when we count it, we are going to Point Rush and then 1 day of finals as you described, and everyone needs to step up. This is a calendar, this is a timeline that we have, and as you can see, it has been a long match.
Yeah, it's been one hell of a marathon. All of these teams have had their fair share of the limelight to show us exactly what they're made of. And we can be sure that we are getting the creme de la creme of Southeast Asia. And I bet that these are some of the best plays that you are going to find out there, right? And of course, all of this hustle through the 3 months is for exactly what you see in front of you. I mean, massive amounts of cash, but everybody's aiming for the #1 spot where they get to walk away with $100,000 US.
Ooh, that is a lot. That would definitely help the organization and the team as well, even the players, to do a lot more. And And speaking of doing a lot more, this is how they can do more into the battlefield. Point system where it has been the same all throughout. The Booyah Taker will be grabbing the 12 points, and then it goes down from 9 up until the 10th place, and then 11 and 12 will not get any of the points, but it will be going to the elimination if in case they have a lot. But just in case we have a tie on the overall standings, we count the number of Booyahs followed by the total elimination, and if that is still tied, we go for the final round survival ranks, and that will break it off.
Absolutely, man. There's just no way in hell that final one does not call exactly who wins it, right? But there will be no tiebreakers that we look at for today, at least, as we see groups A and C take each other on. We've got PE Sports from Vietnam, Buriram AG, Star Knights, Triple A, as well as Vamos for Group A. We've got EVOS Divine, Onyx Olympus, WAG, Twisted Minds Heavy, as well as Bigatron Delta for Group C. Unfortunately, we don't have Falcons today because I would have loved to see Bigatron Delta start off the week super hot. That would obviously put them in a great position to perform extra well during the final week. But of course, you know, they are not at risk of getting relegated, so I guess we can all smile for them.
Yeah, I mean, we're smiling. Even Bigatron has did well in terms of their performance. I mean, they in the past they are just going in for Team Falcons, and then they are falling down on that standings. But now they are in 9th place, only 1 point between them and EVOS Divine, and they have a good chance to secure that place after 2 match day, unless Hawaii Sports and even GOW will be able to grab a lot of points. And we saw GOW get a lot of points from last week. That is day number 3, and we're looking forward to how they will perform today.
Oh my god, there's a blinking red signal here, and usually red means danger, danger, danger. PE Sports Heavy, Star Knights, it is definitely danger zone for all 3 of these squads. And as you can see, Star Knights have not scored a single Booyah thus far on their run here at FFWS SEA. Fingers crossed this will be the week where we see a couple of Booyahs being stolen away from them to make that miracle qualifier. But like you said, PE Sports definitely one of the teams that are looking to be geared for the top 12. But as we talk about the teams that are trying to break in, we also have to talk about the teams that are currently tethering on the 12th spot. You look at Onyx Olympus, they're just 12 points ahead of PE Sports. They're definitely in danger, but GOW is somewhat a little safe net.
Yeah, I mean, a little safe because of the lead that they have against Onyx Olympus. So hopefully they can perform well, similar to what we've seen last week. And they might have fallen short in grabbing that Booyah most of the time, but they did get it on that final match from Sunday's game. So that's what GOW has to offer. But one thing that I like to highlight as well from last week, the highest weekly points gathered has been taken by AG Global. They didn't just do it in 1 day, they did it in 2 days, acquiring 101 on day number 14, and then on the 15th 136. But I think they're just targeting, like, making sure that they are in top form before heading to Point Rush.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely right. And of course, you know, speaking of highest points, we also have to look at what's the kind of points that Onyx Olympus or PE Sports will be able to walk away with today, because that's the team that we are highlighting at this point of time. And as you can see, the points, nothing much to shout about. 82 points is the maximum PE Sports has ever walked away within 1 solid day of play. Onyx Olympus, on the other hand, slightly better with their 1-day performance of 95 points. If either one of these teams can hit their top form today, either hitting that 83 or 95, it's gonna be good for the brand.
Yeah, it is good for the brand. I mean, averaging 50 plus on the points, and they're only down 49 points. Then if in case they do well, or pretty much well compared to the other weeks, then they might be able to overtake GOW. But GOW, though they are resting today, they have 2 more days to catch up. So that's a risk, as well as what Onyx Olympus really need to watch out for. Not really thinking about PE Sports down below, but those above them that they need to overtake. And like even Hawaii Sports, if they can do it, a good game, a good day of games might be able to bring them to that 10th spot.
in the head-to-head between Heavy as well as Star Knights. You're looking at Heavy being able to pick up 84 points within a day, Star Knights 81 points. All of these teams are capable of hitting around that 80 range, right? So fingers crossed this is that one good day for them where we'll be able to see them launch into the top 12. But these are the map rotations. As usual, we start things off at Bermuda, head into Purgatory for Game 2, Alpine for Game 3, Kalahari and Next-Terra to wrap up the first 5 maps. And then, of course, that random 6th map that will bless one of those teams out there.
Yeah, I guess Alpine has taken a rest from last week in a random map.
Yeah.
It was Kalahari, if I'm not mistaken, back-to-back for 2 days, like day 2 and day 3 of last week. That was a random game, and a lot of teams have taken advantage of that map. But as we look at the top 3 on this map, we're looking at Evo's Divine, RRQ, Kazu, as well as AG Global. These are part of Group A and C, so I'm really excited on how they will perform, especially with AG last week's performance.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Of course, if we only want to focus on Group C and A, we have to look at EVOS Divine, AG Global, as well as Buriram United. And what's most impressive is the fact that EVOS Divine sits at the number 1 spot for Bermuda, overtaking AG Global and Buriram in terms of performance. They've got 4 booyahs to their name so far, which is very impressive. And EVOS Divine is not really that threatening squad that you can expect out there on the battlefield, right? Out of the 5 booyahs that they've scored thus far in the knockout stage, 4 of them came from Bermuda. So I'm looking for them to perform really well on this first game.
Yeah, I guess that really puts a target on their backs when it comes to Bermuda. And that's the reason as well why a lot of teams are being cautious on the drop as well as rotation of EVO's Divine. But we'll have to find out. Because at this point, a lot of pressure is coming in for the team. A lot of stress and even a lot of those weeks review and homework coming together, especially for those on 13, 14, and 15 spot that we mentioned earlier, PE Sports, Heavy, and Star Knights. So hopefully that will come into play to bring them crossing over the top 12.
Yeah, the most dangerous thing here for EVOS Divine is their engagements out there on the battlefield. They're very proficient at finding that final circle, but what they're not proficient at is looking for those eliminations, right? They're not the worst team out there when it comes to the engagements, but at the same time, they're not the best. So this is a squad that really needs to play things safe, pick a little bit of that RRQ strategy, get into that final 2 or final 3 circles without getting involved in any engagements whatsoever. That's going to be the biggest challenge. If they can do that, I'm pretty sure they're going to walk away with at least 2 booyahs from the day.
And that is, I would say, one of the basic strategy that is being shown by a lot of top teams, just being silent halfway through, only getting pot shots, like pot points from the other teams who's just going around and securing their place in the final circle. So let's see how that will be planned out. How will that pan out in this map of Bermuda, the OG map of Free Fire?
The OG map and the OG casters. Let's go, baby. It is gonna be a fun one. The final week, the first day of the final week. Let's see exactly who rips away that beautiful booyah here at the bright and sunny Bermuda. We see the team of PE Sports first out of the flight. Perhaps that could be an indicator, sir.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing them dropping on Clock Tower. Bigatron will be going in Observatory, taking a few spots in Graveyard, and a lot of teams already taking of their spot, but not so much of a view of early engagement or hot drops happening.
Is it just me? Did I miss too many games of Free Fire? The map looks a little bit different, a little bit better, easier to read at this point of time. I don't know if it's just me or there's just too much of coffee that I had within the day, but Clock Tower, a fantastic spot for PE Sports to be at. We've seen so many teams, drop at Clock Tower and blessed by that final circle as well that keeps looking for them. And it's one of the best defensive spots that you can take good advantage of because of some of those vantage points, even the lower tunnels, which kind of allows any teams that impregnates the area to go in there and kind of stay clear of those early engagements. So I really like what PE Sports is thinking about here at Bermuda. But in terms of Heavy, this could just be a good start up against a team Vamos that has been struggling.
Yeah, I mean, Team Vamos right now has been dropping into peak, and rather, Heavy has been dropping into peak, and now they jump in onto Cape Town together with Vamos, and now putting a lot of pressure. Mikasa on a 1v1 against Stan. Even June is backing off, not really risking it all because they know that they're not performing well. There goes the first blood, Mikasa going down.
You said Mikasa. Kabi said Mikasa is Sukasa. You know, your home's my home. He stepped on it there. He walked away with that point. 12 team still standing. Vamos not looking too great though. Hans with the Drogon in hand. Just need to wrap around. And by the time he gets there, Get Nice from afar already gets the hit. Katizi with the AC-80 from across the battlefield will not be able to get that connection on that shot just yet. But with the Thompson in hand, perhaps he can get a nice shot. No, it is Get Nice with the XM8 instead, and Vamos bleeding heavily at the get-go.
And there you go. Speaking of get-go, we are seeing one already going. It's Legolas, the coach himself, turned player for this game. And there is a chance that they are still surviving. A return of one of the players coming from Vamos as Legolas drives away, managed to get past. But here comes Get Nice, not really being nice at this game, going in for the chase.
This is a very risky play for Get Nice. Legolas is quite the solid player. In fact, the best player from Vamos should be Legolas when it comes to the capabilities of reading the map, his response on the battlefield, as well as his aim. Obviously, the stats are not going to be boosting that, or so boasting that, I have to say, because he hasn't played that many games, but he surely knows his way around the battlefield, leading heavy, and Get Nice very, very far away from his squad. And Twisted Minds might just drop by to say hello to both of these boys.
Yeah, I mean, gunshots have been heard, and I am seeing the ideation why Get Nice is putting this much pressure on Legolas. Though Mikasa has been taken down after being revived. And this is the final player of Team Vamos, and they are heading straight to Evo's Divine on fire. I'm not talking about the Falcons on fire, but the car of Legolas is on fire. He needs to get away, but there's no way out.
Yeah, I mean, I am not in agreement with this particular strategy from Heavy. They're going a little bit too far to collect one extra point. And even if they do get that 1 point, there's a high probability that they get taken out here. Ray has got Get Nice in his crosshairs, MP40 in his hands, and Get Nice will be able to drive away, gets tagged up, 86 HP. And Legolas right in front of him. This could be the perfect revenge if Legolas gets the shot. Legolas does not get knocked into. Get Nice. Good boost on the Tatsuya. The Rebel Rush will get him in position to slay the final player. But I thought Legolas got a revive, so unfortunate for whichever player that got brought in.
Yeah, that was Mikasa who has been taken down. Probably Legolas tried to pull out Heavy from that compound, but Mikasa just still dropped in the same area, being taken down. Thus, the entire team has been eliminated, but Legolas, probably his boots are a little wet, unable to get away from that gunshot, thus being taken down, even if he had the best advantage of surprise.
Yeah, but I have to say, man, Lady Luck is smiling at Heavy because they should have been punished by Evo's Divine earlier there. But now, with Twisted Minds launching themselves over Evo's Divine, trying to cut off their rotation here. 8 bags! Turns his back, and Saming punishes him instantly for that. Good day with the grenades from outside. Can he get the finisher onto Diamond? Yes, he can. No revives, no pickups for him. And the rest of the Twisted Mind players from up top, just biding the time a little bit too long, allowing those revives to come through for the Indonesian squad.
Yeah, that could have been a takedown by grenade if Twisted Mind has chosen to it. But they're not risking it. They really want to play it safe in the early parts of the game, and then later on, that's where they put in a lot of pressure. But I guess G'day is receiving pressure, but the vehicle has been a distraction for Twisted Mind. Here comes G'day. Riptide Rhythm taking down the glue wall. Takedown from behind by Nameless. And there goes one of the players of Evo's Divine, but another one stuck with a few more players chasing them.
Yeah, G'day knew exactly what he was doing. He was just holding back the players off Twisted Mind so that the rest of his team members could get away as quickly as possible. But dude, who's this man flying out to the open to meet Twisted Minds? What are you doing? What are you doing, Aim God? Oh my lord! Neptune, you explain this to me right now. What?
Double kill.
I don't know. Probably he trusts his aim that well, but not his logic.
No, oh, Arrow 4-4 on the logic right there. Unfortunately for Aim God, even if he does have godly aim sometimes, that was just a terrible move. Krillin with the grenade launcher will pop one, but finds no one. Star Knights in a lot of trouble as they go up against WAG. A team that gets hurt instantaneously. Cyrus down on the ground. Krillin, can he circle around? Grenade launcher in hand. Drops Rev as he tries to circle around to punish the rest of his team members. 18D really low on that HP though, but he does manage to get the knock onto Allen. Krillin surviving for the time being. Raz right behind the glue wall. One more pop needed and Raz goes down. Great play from Krillin.
Krillin, definitely a good player indeed, has been an MVP most of the time for WAG, but a lot of pressure coming in from behind, with Krillin almost going down on HP. There goes 18 Deer, the Clutch King himself. Hopefully he can also bring the rest of Star Knight to or above that top 12, but X4, the sniper of the team, will be getting away. Will try to get all those coins to bring his teammates back.
Yeah, very smart play from X-Ball here. Gets away, but not too far away, because he could have just ended up in the crosshairs of attack all around. Now he's making it on foot so that he doesn't make too much of noise and attract too much of attention to himself. There can be a revival pulled here by Mr. X-Ball for WAG, so I think we'll catch up with them in a little bit. Attack all around, on the other hand, has been staying really, really silent, mainly because they haven't had a lot of good loot on their side.
Yeah, not so much of good loot. Even if the war chest is there, they are not getting so much advantage of that. But we'll see. Clock Tower, this is where PE Sports dropped earlier. And I guess with the time spent already, it's almost 8 minutes. They have rotated, but we are not seeing any risk being taken by attack all around. They will be going to the strip and probably waiting as to where they need to get themselves up. But Clock Tower, we have a BTR right now, still no one surrounding them, and Star Knights right now has already recovered after that battle. So PE Sports is their next target, but PE Sports has been spread around. Kawangan is down.
Yeah, great play from Pies from afar. That AC80 finding the perfect connection, and PE Sports can't do anything except run. Star Knights on pursuit now, 4 eliminations in hand already. And both these teams are looking for the top 12, both currently not in there. PE Sports a little bit closer, so if Star Knights can take them down right here, right now, it will be a great boon for them. LBT makes that great crossover. 2 glue walls used up, and Star Knights do not make that mistake of going in aggressively. They are backing off a little bit slowly. They want to look for the next circle fest, so smart play from the Indonesian squad.
And attack around right now, going in against Evo's Divine, and instantaneously G'day has been revived after being eliminated. But they are playing outside of the blue, a little bit of a risky move for Evo's Divine, and they've been playing risky gameplays earlier, even against Twisted Mind. So hopefully logic will be put back into their heads, and they will play it a little bit smarter all throughout the rest of this match.
Bigatron Delta, baby. This is that one squad that has been such a shocker for everyone, especially whenever Falcons are playing out there on the battlefield. And speaking of shockers, Buriram United, from not really being the most aggressive team out there, still with that #1 spot, exceeding 1,000 points on the overall leaderboard. As usual, the masters of Free Fire for sure. Attack all around on the other hand. Well, fine, not 1, not 2, but all 4 players from the side of Onyx Olympus kicking them out in 11th.
So Buriram United was targeting Onyx Olympus earlier, and Onyx Olympus was just flying out using a launch pad outside of the blue, probably against Attack All Around, and that's where Attack All Around just took advantage. But Twisted Mind to take down against Get Nice. No nicety happening from Twisted Mind.
But here comes Heavy for that instant revenge, and Exposé nowhere close enough to back up his team member. Buriram, on the other hand, have already managed to get into this next safe zone. Okay, at least get away from the blue. But do they want to gatekeep both Twisted Minds as well as Heavy is what we'll have to wait and see. The team's not really moving far away so quickly. Little by little, they inch towards the next circle. Heavy has already faced a little bit of heavy attack, and they cannot sustain another battle if they want to continue towards that final circle. So they have to find a way to get away from this team now.
Yeah, let's see who's getting away from who, as we are looking at AG Global. It is Stop already eliminated from this game. Now they are face-to-face against Evo's Divine, Ray, and Saifa. With that, and throw gun right now, but no one is being hit, even with jump shots. So let's see how it will work on the other side. Here comes the rest of Evo's Divine coming back, and there goes Ray going down from the hands of Dew.
Yeah, beautiful play from Dew from the back. Kar98 will be able to find its aim, and Dew, a sliver of health now. M82B in hand, has got the Kar98 as well, but not enough players to back him up, and out they go. AG Global, a super early exit from the day.
AG Global, I mean, they did well from the last time we've seen them, but not so much right now, because they are faced against the Kings of Buriram so far in the knockout stage. We have Evo's Divine, who's still surviving despite of having 2 players. They're quite near onto the next phase of the circle, but they need to bring their teammates back. G'day and Aim God has been revived, 6 elimination on their side. Let's see how they're going to play this.
Heavy still chilling outside the circle. PE Sports needs to get in there. But Star Knights could just gatekeep these two boys. So this is a unfortunate situation. Here comes the monster truck on top of everything else. Just to make things a little bit more chaotic. Attack All Around, on the other hand, meeting their brothers from Thailand. Nameless, Diamond, both down on the ground. Exposy, can he survive this one? Attack All Around. They're actually rushing straight towards him. Exposy in a lot of trouble.
In trouble indeed. Nowhere to go in. In front of them is also Bermuda United. So hopefully this is a chance for Twisted Mind to get away if Bermuda United chooses. But no, Purgatory from the side. Missing those shots, Exposy managed to get away, but again, we are seeing a few more teams in this phase of the circle, but PE Sports right now trying to hit it against Star Knights. Let's see if they will be put in a Star Knight, Star Bright gameplay, and PE Sports eliminated. Star Knights win.
Yeah, beautiful grenade coming through there for the finisher. Exposy finally goes down as well as Cougar finds him. The Star Knights looks like they are the ones to make this miracle run, at least for Bermuda. But Bigatron Delta, can they stop their Indonesian brothers? Good solid grenade coming on through, and the glue wall melters as well just to break down those defenses. Koja alongside Kyong, they both go on the right hand side, flying 18 Dia and Raz both down on the ground. Koja beats up yet another, and Bigatron Delta, just like that, absolutely wiped the ground with Star Knights.
Easy, as Bigatron Delta used to say for Falcons, they're doing it against Star Knight as well. Now 5 teams remaining, and Koja brings down Get Nice as well as then, and we are left with Bermuda United, who's in front of them. Will the Giant Slayers slay these Giants?
Goodness me, Krillin, outside the circle, WAG perishes as well. Buriram in a pickle now. Attack All Around and Bigatron Delta both aiming for the exact same kings. Moshi hanging behind, but this is a terrible idea as Bigatron Delta finds his back as well, and all of those glue wall melters will miss their marks as Moshi quickly runs away from them. Bigatron not allowing them to miss this one though. Moshi will be shot down by Jump God, who jumps over that glue wall. Jump God looking for yet another, makes it full rotation round and shuts down Jonah as well. Buriram United, this is the end of the road for them at Bermuda.
And there you go, BTR just feeding off all the chaos that's happening, and Attack All Around is receiving him. Jump God has been taken down, and it is from the hands of Get High before being eliminated in 4th. BTR right now, 3 or 4 man strong, going against Evo's Divine as well as Attack All Around, and their target would be Evo's Divine, or rather Attack All Around, and Evo's Divine is just hanging back.
Yeah, now 2 Indonesians in the final circle for this final battle. Evo's Divine up against Bigatron, and Nems finds Aim God first. But the pickup isn't going to be too difficult. Ray from afar, M82B, can he find a connection? Yes, he can! But it was Abex as well, putting in the work. One good grenade should be able to shut down the player from the side of Evo's Divine. Aim got out, Abex down on the floor. Bigatron Delta looks like they might just be able to pull this off, Neptune.
Yeah, BTR right now in the 4, B2, and Ray will be the only one remaining. Let's see if Ray will be able to put in a little bit of ray of sunlight in here, but there's a very little move to play. Ray right now trying to get away. Chrono will be put out, and there goes Bigatron Delta for the Booyah in match number 1.
Bigatron Delta with their very first Booyah on Bermuda to open up the final week of play here at the knockout stages. And there just could not be a better week to get this done. They made a name for themselves by smashing the players of Falcons over and over again, but they were not excelling in other areas of this particular competition. And now they're here to prove that they're not shining just up against Falcons. They can shine up against anyone. Great sequence of battles for that final 2 circles for them.
BTR says, no Falcons, no problem. We are here to stay, and we are here to show you that we can take down the Giants as well. So let's see if Bigatron Delta can carry these over. This is BTR, who also put in the highlights in last week's performance with that monster truck gameplay, grabbing that Booyah. So let's see what else they have in store all throughout the final 2 matches that they have for this week.
And of course, I love these new final shot feature, because we get to see exactly what the layout looks like for some of these pro players. And if you're new to a game of Free Fire, if you've been wondering how do they move, how do they react so quickly out there on the battlefield, most of the time it is because of the layout that is on the screen. So you guys get a quick sneak peek of that, which is beautiful.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of ways that you could improve your gameplay, but even on the layout, even when the HUD that you're using, especially in the placement movement, you will also be able to identify like what type of play or finger play you are going to use. Would it be a claw? How many fingers will you be using? Just from layout itself, you can read that. But speaking of read, we are seeing Bigatron Delta had a good read of the situation, even against Star Knights. This is where they just wiped them out that quick.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And you got to really thank Nems there, the bombardier of the squad, right? I mean, he was just dropping those grenades, just raining it down on Star Knight as long as he had it on them. But what's beautiful about Bigatron is the fact that they wiped out Star Knights and then they didn't even pause. They instantly looted them up and continued moving in towards the circle. They saw Buriram. They kind of held back for a while, and when they saw Buriram walk away from them, they said, nope, we're not going to waste any time. We're not going to wait for the final battle. We're going to take advantage as the third party in this fight, and that was a great decision made by them.
I mean, that quick response is one good reason as well why they're doing well against Team Falcon. So let's head over on to that interview and let's hear what they have to say after that gameplay.
Congratulations, Bigatron Delta, make them nice! We're so excited to see the Indonesian teams successfully getting the booyah. But before we start the next game, I want to chit-chat first with one of the BTR player. And hi.
Halo.
First of all, what makes you can beat EVOS Divine in the final fight?
Apa yang membuat kalian bisa ngalahin EVOS Divine di fight terakhir?
Nggak usah mainin Gedai aja kalau mau menang EVOS-nya. Soalnya Gedai yang bikin kalah.
He said that EVOS do not have to place Gedai in the team because if they have Gedai, they will lose the match.
Oh, their weakness? Maybe what is their weakness?
Apa sih kelemahan mereka? Kamu tahu gak?
Gedai. Pokoknya kalau ada Gedai lemah. Makanya.
He said that as long as EVOS is playing Gedai, they are weak.
I'm so wondering to see response Gedai. Gedai, are you okay? Okay, so what is your biggest challenge as a pro player so far?
Apa tantangan terbesar kamu sebagai pro player sejauh ini?
Kalau tantangan sih ya kayak jauh dari orang tua gitu.
Udah. He said that the biggest challenge is just staying away from his parents.
I'm sure it's a biggest challenge for you, but how do you overcome it?
Gimana cara kamu menghadapi hal tersebut? Kayak misalkan lagi homesick, lagi kangen sama orang tua kamu, gimana kamu cara menghadapinya?
Kalau dari aku, sebelum main tuh kayak harus minta izin dulu ke orang tua gitu. Biar berkah juga, biar rindunya itu kelepas juga.
He said before he's playing the match, he asked for his parents' blessings so they can win the match.
Alright. Oh my god, it's so sweet. And last, what advice will you give to new player in the game?
Apa saran yang bisa kamu kasih ke player baru di game ini?
Player baru apa?
Apa saran yang bisa kamu kasih untuk player baru?
Oh, kalau buat player baru nggak tahu siapa itu ya. Pokoknya semangat aja, buktiin ke keluarga, ke orang tua kalau lu pada itu bisa kayak kita sekarang lah. Udah.
He said for new players, just prove to your family and your surroundings that you can strive and thrive.
Alright, so before we start the next game, maybe you have a message for parents?
Sebelum kita mulai game selanjutnya, mungkin kamu ada pesan-pesan yang mau disampaikan nggak ke orang tua kamu?
Buat orang tua, terima kasih udah dukung Koja dan tim Bigatron. Semoga kita bisa lolos ke Grand Final dan juara SEA. Terus buat Brigatopers, terima kasih juga. Terus buat Ikal, semoga cepat sembuh. Semoga biar balik lagi nanti. Biar kita main bareng lagi.
He said for his parents, please keep on supporting us, and also for the BTR fans as well. And for Ikal, please be healthy as soon as possible.
All right, thank you so much, Koja.
Terima
Good
kasih.
luck for your team. Good luck for BTR in the next game. And we ready for the next game. And we will see how each team performs today. And don't forget, stay tuned because we still have 5 games after this. So, Caster, it's your time.
Thank you, Baby Lee. And for your information, it's always the caster's time. Jokes aside, I love exactly what Bigatron Delta has to bring to the mic, and that is a load of trash talk. They have, I think they hurt Gade more on the mic than they hurt him on the battlefield, and I absolutely love that. And the more important thing about this whole scenario is Bigatron Delta as well as EVOS Divine, they were neck and neck on the overall leaderboard. They were just a few points ahead of Bigatron, and I believe with this engagement, they would have overtaken them now, Neb.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it, and that's one thing. Probably one reason as well why, like, probably at the onset of the game, a lot of talks has been happening already that, okay, are we going to beat you this time? So probably that's why Gade and the rest of EVOS Divine are hearing all of that. But Koja, like, I mean, I love the storyline that I heard from that interview, even the parents' approvals being asked, and even the struggles. So for those of you who are in here interested to be part of like the pro scenes of Free Fire, then you need to those aspects as well to overcome, so that you can do everything without any hinder to your performance.
Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful to see kids like be away from their families and miss them. As a kid, I myself would have been very happy to be away from my family. They were a little overbearing, but so it's a blessing in itself already. But, you know, once again, jokes aside, it is great to see that, you know, he calls his parents for blessings first before he gets into the day's play, just so that he can get that extra bit of love, stop missing them all in his heart, and can focus on those games. And he clearly could focus. Great stuff from Koja. 6 eliminations earlier, 1,539 damage, 1 headshot, but who's complaining?
Who's complaining? I mean, as long as you can put in all that work in terms of elimination, then he can bring it on. And Koja, overall, before this game, has been the second in terms of elimination.
Yeah.
When it comes to BTR, Kyung is the one who's leading the fray, but not so much. And hopefully Ikal will be feeling better, because I think he is having a sick day right now. Thus, Nems is playing it, but Nems is really performing out well, especially with how he did it in the grenade earlier, or the grenade gameplay earlier, to support the rest of the teams.
I don't know what's up with Ikal, but he's been sick for quite a number of times now already. And Nems has been covering, but, you know, Nems is not as effective out there on the battlefield when Bigatron Delta wants to play aggressive. Nems is not a true slayer. He's a good support player. He's a good backup, but obviously, you know, he pales in comparison to Ikal, who could have been the top fragger of the squad if he did not miss so many days of play.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, especially with the game style and the decision making. He is one of the players who managed to survive with a medic gameplay, just timing it perfectly for BTR to grab that booyah. So as we look at the elimination leader, we have Koja right now with 6 elimination and a few more. But this is where everyone is looking at the key players. Not only Koja, we have Array from EVOS Divine, even Jump God, and especially with how he managed to jump over his teammates, even the glue wall, to grab all those eliminations.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Buriram would not like that. I'm sure they would love to seek a little bit of revenge, but unfortunate for them, they have no idea who they're fighting on the battlefield. So the best Buriram can do is just hope and pray they happen to bump into attack all around so they can get a smooth revenge. Because if it wasn't for AAA, Buriram would have gotten into that final circle and potentially, of course, contest for that booyah. But that's all spilled milk. We can't do much about that except wipe it up, and Bigatron Delta will be more than happy to rub it in the faces of teams like EVOS Divine. I mean, you know, they gave a very good suggestion. Take Gade out of the roster just so that you guys can win a couple of booyahs. As mean as it is, I absolutely love the trash talk. And if you look towards the bottom of the table, this one's a surprise. I mean, Vamos, we expect that, but AG Global getting knocked out super early. This cannot be good for business.
Yeah, I mean, they are trying so well to hide out in the first half of the game, but unfortunately for them, there's a lot of teams already taking compounds against them, and that's where they thrive. When they grab a compound, especially those with second floor, they can just shoot a lot of players and enemies from the windows, but that didn't happen because they are the one being taken down. But still, on the red zone, PE Sports very, very close to crossover, especially with how Onyx Olympus has performed, but PE Sports didn't perform that well quite well today.
It's painful for me to watch because PE Sports was the team from Vietnam that made it all seem possible. They put Vietnam on the map when it comes to Free Fire. They showed that, even a Vietnam squad can go out there onto the big leagues and make a lot of noise. They inspired the rest. They inspired Hawaii Esports for sure. They inspired WAG, and they are not cutting it right now. That's unacceptable. I want a miracle play from PE Sports. First game, we're going to slash that out of... We're going to pretend we did not see that. Okay, we've got 5 more games to go, and that's what matters for the pit.
Yeah, let's see if they can ignore that as well, so that they can get into a better gameplay when it comes to Purgatory. But Bermuda has been taken by Bigatron Delta. Again, this team, the Giant Slayer overall, showing up, and I don't think they will be slowing down.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, once again, Bermuda has completed already Bigatron Delta with a beautiful booyah. And this was not a lucky one. It was well earned from the squad. Very well played towards those final 2 circles. Aggressive plays from them. Got them taking out Star Knights. And of course, attacking Buriram from the back and sweeping it away from EVOS Divine for the very final second. But the most important thing here is always going to be consistency. And when we look at Purgatory, things are going to be changing a little bit, right? RRQ, AG Global, as well as Buriram, the top 3 on this map. But we take a look at the fact that RRQ is not playing, so we will have to add in attack all around to the mix. The problem here is all top 3 teams that are going to be playing out here shortly are from Thailand.
I mean, are from Thailand. All of them has 2 booyahs to their name on this specific map. And one thing's for sure, though, when it comes to placement, it's AG Global who's topping it, like averaging 7 in terms of placement point all throughout the 11 matches that they played. But for Buriram United, I mean, they need to be cautious of this team. When it comes to elimination, they are most of the time on top of the game.
Let's see what we can find as we head on into Purgatory, baby. Like you say it, and you say it so well. Either hell or hell, this is exactly where they go.
Yeah, I mean, they are tested. I guess for PE Sports, that is the case. They're neither heaven or hell, only 9 points away from Onyx Olympus. So let's see if they will bring themselves to heaven. Purgatory is here right now. A possibility of a cruel flight path or a nice flight path, we'll have to see in a bit. But before everything else, let's take a look at Motohouse right now, who is, I would say, one of the drop spot by most of the team, and I would say it is Twisted Mind as well as Vamos, and most of the time Vamos are the ones failing to survive in that area.
It seems to be a little bit of a complicated drop here. PE Sports will stay clear from a lot of this competition, but they just have to be a little careful with the very aggressive Bigatron Delta that might just drop by to say hello.
Yeah, Vamos is their drop spot, like opposed to Motohouse. They are dropping in onto Brasilia together with AG Global, but as we can see, a possibility of early engagement from attack Team Heavy, which is not looking good for the Vietnamese team.
Attack all around. This is the rematch with Heavy, and off screen he was Divine finding 18D from Star Knights. That's a quick exit that 18D makes. That's the first blood for the squad as well. And Heavy not standing by to get into a heavy engagement early game. Attack all around will have to back away, and this is good for them as well. It was more of a scouting maneuver just to make sure they don't get attacked. But AG Global, can they get away from Katiji? And Squad Bombers will claim the first life from AG.
Got easy, a little bit too aggressive. Hopefully they will not be risking too much. But on the other side, Aim God right now going in once again, a little bit too aggressive. But Maloga gameplay coming from him will not work, and he will go down. Again, EVOS Divine losing all logic, just aggression, leaving them with only 2 players.
Yeah, looks like Bigatron Delta was right. Gade was the first player to get taken down, so he might just be the weak link. But of course, jokes aside, Gade will be looking to make a strong comeback, and that's exactly what we need from some of these Indonesian players, right? Trash talk or not, it definitely lights up. It ignites a strong flame in the hearts of their opponents that they do tease, and I'm hoping for that to, take it up a couple of notch for EVOS Divine to come out the gates a little bit more explosive. And speaking of explosive, Kathizi going for the double. Can he stop as well? Ooh. Yes, he can. And it looks like Kathizi is absolutely done with the poor performance of his squad. He's taking things into his own hands.
Yeah, I mean, he's being aggressive, and probably the 0 points that they grab from that map number 1 explains it. Hopefully they can carry over, and AG Global is being left behind, though recovery has been done already. Legolas needs to be revived, and AG Global is still feeling the wrath and aggression of Vamos right now. And Vaminos needs to be done because VTR is coming close.
See if or not Vamos will be able to make a miracle play here before Bigatron Delta drops by to say hello. They are going in for the chase up against Cypher. They do not know what kind of doom awaits them in Bigatron Delta. They choose this to be that opportune moment to strike. They move on in. They sweep in. But they have found absolutely no one just yet from up top on the roof. And now Vamos trapped down below. Here comes the opener. Koja tagged up, but Nems backs him up as well. Mikacha will find one. Nems still sticking up, and he is alive and kicking. Dix will be able to spray down Jun, but it's just all out chaos as Bigatron Delta wipes the floor with Team Vamos.
And that is where aggression is not going into play, especially with Vamos right now. They could have let that go, but Legolas will not be letting that go with only a few HP. And once again, first team to be eliminated is Team Vamos, saying, Vaminos, let's go back to the lobby.
I mean, unfortunate for Vamos, they had a beautiful start, just absolutely smashing AG Global's hopes early game. But surprisingly, AG Global managed to survive with that one final player, and Bigatron Delta showed up out of nowhere to snuff them out. So poor thing, Vamos will have to try again in Game 3. But Star Knights, looking for that recovery, will be pounded on by Team Heavy here, and it looks like they will be able to survive because EVOS Divine is slowly approaching the scene. And I think Kabi has already spotted out Ray's head already, and he's trying to cut his rotation off from the right-hand side.
Yeah, I mean, Ray will be going in for a lot of risk. Glue wall being laid out, and Ray will not be shot at. Fair bull rush. There goes a takedown with that shot. Even from afar, the rest of EVOS Divine cannot do anything, and Heavy goes in and work on them.
What? Big? What? Twisted? What? WAG just working on Twisted Minds off screen, but Heavy just absolutely pounding down on a team that's trying to recover. That's EVOS Divine, and G'day still hasn't recovered, bro. I think the trash talk has him hurt real bad.
Yeah, there are a few players who can handle trash talk in terms of motivation, but there are a few, especially if it matches the performance. I mean, it will bring you down, and probably that's the same thing that's happening for G'day right now. It's not really a good day for him.
If it matches the performance. You gotta love it. Heavy just chilling outside before they make their way in, but Onyx Olympus not giving them a break at all, using the launch pad, getting outside their circle just to say hello to Team Heavy, but Heavy still has got this high ground advantage. Kibase as well as Jack trying to back them up from afar. Heavy has got those grenades that they try to play. Ice grenade first, but Gary will quickly sidestep that. Kibase has got the FGL in hand as well. A double shot towards Vitan could burn him down, and that's exactly what happened. Vitan brings out that FGL as well. Jack with the support towards the right-hand side on that Woodpecker finds absolutely no one. And here comes the Blue Zone now to tag them up, giving Heavy the extra advantage.
Not quite sure what the ideation of Onyx Olympus is right now, knowing that the Blue will be closing in. They jump outside of Blue together with the Heavy. They might have the advantage right now with 4-man squad, but they are being put in a pinch. But there goes the shot. Check right now for the takedown against Tan, and the rest of Heavy feeling heavy on their feet.
Base tagged up. Get nice! Woo! Not playing nice at all. Just absolutely sprays him down with the Trogon. Gary circling around, has got the Trogon. Beautiful revenge as he shuts down Get Nice. And Onyx Olympus surviving the onslaught here. They went out looking for a fight. They found a fight. They thought they would be at the losing end, but a sneaky recovery towards the whole thing, all thanks to Jack.
Yeah, I mean, Jack really did well in that. Otherwise, it could have been the end of Onyx Olympus. But let's see AG Global going against PE Sports. AG Global failed earlier, and PE Sports as well. So let's see if they can recover after that first match. But Cypher right now, a little bit too quick, a little bit too slippery. But there it goes, being hit with a splits. But PE Sports still managed to get away, but Nero goes down.
Oh my goodness, Nero could not get away, but LBT's there for the revenge. But Saifa beautifully steps out to the fight, and with the Bison manages to get the sprays down. And AG Global, beautiful recovery. Wang An, the final player for the side of PE Sports, but please, AG Global, don't do it. Have mercy! Nope, they don't have any mercy.
No mercy indeed. Wang An, with only a sliver of health, not even recovering, and Du will be asking for this payment. And let's see if Du will let it go. Wang An survived, but not so much. PE Sports goes down again.
You can say that once again at the end of the day. If they keep this up, PE Sports will stay down in the bottom 6 if they do not bring out some sort of miracle play. 2 games in a row now. They've been snuffed out way too early. An attack around this time around will meet Bigatron Delta, and I'm not too sure where the rest of the team members are, but Bigatron made that one look too easy.
Yeah, very easy indeed. 9 teams remaining, 8 minutes into the game. Onyx Olympus right now. Again, I'm not seeing how Onyx Olympus is thinking right now. I'm not seeing the approach or the logic of the approach. But against Bermuda United, I mean, they need to be in the compound instead of being out in the open. And this is one thing that Onyx Olympus is throwing off the rest of the teams, wondering what's their next move.
Chilling, Onyx. Chilling, both teams waiting for the other one to make a mistake first. Buriram says maybe not an early fight for us. They go out for a long rotation. They tank the blue, and I don't have anything to say about that because it's just circle number 2. It's not going to hurt too much. And Jonah finding Poon God, the final play on the side of attack all around. Triple A having a bad game here at Purgatory, and they're one of the top 3 teams on this map.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is one thing that is surprising as well, though they did quite good in the previous map with 17 points, but this is not performing, or them not performing. Onyx Olympus, though, managed to get away onto the bridge. A good chance for them to gatekeep Buriram United, but Jonah has probably spotted them all and will find another way to get in against Onyx Olympus, as Onyx Olympus gets at Arsenal. Star Knights also close to them, and Jack on the lead of the approach.
I love how Onyx Olympus thinks 3,000 steps ahead, scanning out the location of Jack even before approaching. Scanning out the location of Raz before even approaching, as that is the vantage point that could be inhabited by a couple of players to snipe them. So beautiful play, and they will be able to avoid those engagements. But little do they know, the rest of the team members are actually not there, so they could get aggressive, and they do get aggressive. Jack rushing straight on in to look for Raz.
Yeah, it's a 4v1 situation. Raz right now will be inching to get away because of that rash, but Jack right here still managed to be blocked by the glue wall. Unfortunate, Raz will be beat by the rest of the team. But not only is Onyx Olympus going to for the takedown against Star Knight, they will be needing Bigatron Delta as well, because both of them are in the middle of next phase.
Yeah, good play here by Bigatron Delta. They wanted to go in for the ambush when they spotted out Onyx Olympus, but they also detected that there has been a slowdown in engagement in the compound of Onyx Olympus, which means Onyx will be ready for a counter ambush defensively. And Bigatron says, nope, not today. They back away. Very smart strategy from the side of Bigatron.
Yeah, and even for Star Knights, Raz was staying in there solo, and the rest of the teams are just hanging back. It's a good thing that none of them moved forward as well. Otherwise, it might have been a complete squad wipe. But let's see how the rest of the teams will try to fight back. Raf will be taken down by Evo's A-back, and G'day will for the finisher. And Evo Divine back in play with still a full squad, but Buriram United taking down the entire squad, or the rest of the team, or the rest of players for Star Knight, saying good night for this match.
Star Knight's out. Buriram now looking for the next victim. Potentially Onyx Olympus could get stuck in a pickle here. FGL shot by Koja. That's not what you want to do to your own window.
Yeah, I mean, that might have been a fluke. I mean, a distraction rather, that no one will be rushing him, but Koja will be backing off, spotting WAG, and no shots just yet. They want to get them to move in before they fire back, as Bigatron Delta will be in the middle of everyone else. AG Global high ground advantage. This is where they grab a lot of booyah from last week.
Koja was playing reverse psychology. If I shoot the FGL at my window, you won't shoot that FGL towards my window. And it worked. Nobody shot him, bro. So for the time being, they're going to be chilling. EVOS Divine, Buriram, and Onyx Olympus forming a very uncomfortable triangle here. And Onyx Olympus have got the better edge of this triangle because they do have this next circle. And EVOS Divine, if they want to survive this, they have to make a long rotation around because the last team they want to fight is Buriram. But the problem is they don't know that's Buriram.
Yeah, they don't know who they will be face off.
Oh, nice
EVOS
one.
Divine already flying in, and Onyx Olympus will be spotted. The moment EVOS Divine moves in, Onyx Olympus backs away. Smart move indeed. I guess I'm seeing now the picture, but they have attracted Brim United in this area.
Absolutely. Onyx Olympus moving out. Buriram meeting them halfway. Wasana has got the Woodpecker in hand. Can he find the connection though? Drogon as well in his hands. Wasana has got one grenade to play around with. Jack, no grenades eaten up just yet, and Wasana just playing with fire at this point of time. Sees one player, pops out that grenade, but Jack will be able to get that backstep onto it, but no knocks coming on through. Moshi finds the connection onto Jack. That's a surprise hit out of nowhere, and now barricaded in. Onyx Olympus in a lot of trouble up against Buriram.
Brim United right now, though, despite Jonah being taken down, they're still in advantage and slowly putting a lot of pressure in this game against Onyx Olympus. Now pressure is on them as they have to meet with the blue plus EVOS Divine and AG Global. Though we still have 7 teams remaining, the circle is growing so very, very small right now as Gary tries to survive, but Moshi's just waiting for them.
This revival onto the Captain Jonah could just be impossible. Ray with the AC-80 hit from afar. Get high, bleeding out. Can they recover this one as Onyx Olympus makes the exit? Get high. It's gonna get picked. Is he? No, he doesn't.
Oh, I mean, no time for a pickup for Get High. That brings them to only 2 players, but do manage to take down Moshi, and only 1 remains from outside. A revival has been done, if I'm not mistaken, but AG Global is going against, or EVOS Divine going against AG Global. On the other side, battle is also happening, but AG Global, this side, is going down on 5th, and EVOS Divine trying to catch up to what happened earlier on when they got 2nd place in that Bermuda match.
Well, Gade has got something to say to Koja from the side of Bigatron. We're still alive, you're not. But he's on the ground bleeding out, so maybe he can't say that just yet. Gets picked right back up. EVOS Divine, the first team inside the circle, and Heavy drops by to say hello. They respond, but a beautiful Riptide Rhythm will take down their defense as Weetan manages to get away, and Ray, beautiful ice. He will try to melt down the walls first, and WAG off screen gets taken out of the equation, and a good circle around by EVOS Divine. But unfortunately for the team of Heavy, they are absolutely outnumbered.
Outnumbered and outplayed. Wasana the only one remaining. G'day still going down, but the rest of the teams will be targeting them. And I love to see EVOS Divine grab the Booyah right now. I want to hear the response, but Wasana is not giving it up that easily. AVAX right now going for the rush with that AWM in hand, a little bit too close, and G'day finally finish off Wasana. EVOS Divine, a chance to respond to what BTR said earlier.
They did that all whilst they were asleep. That's the most impressive thing. EVOS Divine, they were not even awake for that match, baby, and they hit the Booyah. Beautiful stuff. 2nd place in the first game, almost a Booyah, but of course they saw it through this time around. And of course Bigatron Delta will argue it's only because they were not there in that final sequence of battle. If they were, G'day would have been the weak link. They would have taken away the Booyah, but thankfully Bigatron could not be the Slayer and they couldn't trash talk once again. But this time I want G'day. I want G'day to grab the mic, and I want some responses from the guy. You couldn't have asked for a better start to the day.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, not quite sure though if they're going for MVP. Not quite sure if G'day will grab that MVP if he'll be the one interviewed. So
yeah,
unless it will be changed, or if any ruling is set, or if there's no ruling is set, G'day might be going in there and responding to Koja. But this is what we are seeing right now. G'day on the ground. The rest of the teams are trying to fire back against Wasana, and only 1 player still managed to take down 3 in that 1v4. That will tell you a story on how Wasana played.
And it was a little impressive to see Wasana get those 2 hits, but what was more impressive is how EVOS Divine handled that situation. Most teams would have just rushed in there for the elimination of that one player, but EVOS Divine said, we are not taking any chances. Player gets knocked, they go in for the pickup, second player gets knocked, instantly focusing on that pickup first instead of taking up the player, and that just shows how well practiced this team is, not taking any chances out there whatsoever. And it's a smart play because this is once again the creme de la creme of squads out there at FFWS SEA. If you take your chances, you could just get punished.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that really changes in terms of how well a player would do in a game. If you're a pro, you know that you have to think ahead to be able to make it work, and that's what EVOS Divine has been doing. But still, props to most of the teams like Onyx Olympus earlier, trying to get away or manage to get away from some engagement. But let's see how well they play it out on the next map. EVOS Divine grabbed this Booyah. Not only that, they have a lot of elimination, and I guess the EVOS and BTR battle is on right now after 2 match.
I don't care about their points battle, bro. I want to see them take each other on out there on the battlefield. But most importantly, I want to see the trash talk battle. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's call Baby Lee in here, and fingers crossed we get G'day.
G'day. Let's go.
Okay.
Congratulations, EVOS Divine! Incredible performance from Indonesian teams. Congratulations to EVOS Divine for a fantastic performance today. And I'm so excited to hear more about the experience during the game. Hi, Ayah G'day. Daddy. Daddy.
Yeah.
Alright. So, I'm so wondering. You remember in the final fight? What makes you take so long to eliminate the last player?
Di final fight tadi, apa sih membuat kamu lama banget untuk nge-kill player terakhir?
Oh, tadi lagi ngobrol, lagi ngebicarain kalau Buya tidur aja, jangan taunting.
He said that they were discussing and talking about if they got the booyah, they want to sleep instead of taunting.
I really like your answer. Okay, so what is the most memorable moment in a game competition so far? Maybe in the knockout stage?
Apa yang momen yang paling berkesan untuk kamu di kompetisi ini? Mungkin di knockout stage ini?
Yang paling seru ya kalau kita lagi di bawah aja. Lagi di bawah kan banyak tuh yang kayak ngehujat segala macam tuh pada keluar tuh. Baru kali ini, kemarin-kemarin nggak tahu kemana.
The most impressive yet fun is when we are in the bottom list because there are a lot of people mocking us. So it's fun for us.
I think G'day have a lot unpredictable answer, I think. And how do you improve your skills and stay ahead from of the competition?
Gimana cara kamu itu meningkatkan skill kamu dan tetap unggul di kompetisi Free Fire ini?
Main sih. Main hari. Main pakai Samsung biar makin jago.
Okay. So he said he keeps on playing the game, and especially when he used Samsung Galaxy S24.
Okay, before that, may I ask you, what do you feel when you playing game using a Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra? Let's go.
Apa yang kamu rasakan itu pada saat kamu main game pakai Samsung S24 Ultra?
Tell me.
Ya biasa aja sih. Ya tapi enak aja, standar lah.
Oh, really?
Ya standar.
He said standard, but it's better than other device.
Serba salah ini jadinya nih.
It's okay. Calm. Thank you and best of luck in your upcoming matches. Stay tuned for more exciting experience, exciting movement games ahead. And we will see how's the game. Let's head it over to the caster in the next match.
Thank you very much, Baby Lee. And there we have it. We just heard from G'day. Not so much of anything to say against Bigatron Delta. No responding there. And I'm pretty sure you hated that, AJ. But there was one instance. They were bored. They chose to sleep on the final moment instead of taunt. So they might have been bored at that moment.
So I'll still say Bigatron 1, EVOS Divine 0, bro. That was some good solid trash talk. EVOS Divine went down. They have not recovered. Yes, they did manage to grab that one booyah. Yes, Good Day did manage to rise to the occasion, get some solid eliminations there just to save his name, right? But you know, jokes aside, great performance from both of these teams overall for the first 2 games of the day. But Bigatron Delta will be looking for a stronger comeback, I'm very sure, later on at Alpine. I want to take a look at the standings because, like you mentioned, massive number of eliminations for EVOS Divine earlier on. And Ray walks away with 6 of the eliminations. If I'm not mistaken, they finished with 17 eliminations earlier.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 17. That's a lot in terms of elimination, even compared to the previous map of Bigatron Delta. So overall, like almost half of it will, or not more than a quarter, will be going to Ray. I'm just wondering how much more the rest of the teams has brought in to this play.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, it would be a little embarrassing if EVOS Divine overtakes Bigatron Delta up on the overall leaderboard. But you know that is inevitable because EVOS Divine has performed well 2 rounds in a row. Bigatron Delta unfortunately bowed out a little bit too early. And when we look at the lineup here of the players, you have got a triple rusher, single bomber set up here by the side of EVOS Divine. But what makes this team very, very threatening is the fact that you do have multiple players who can play that long-range engagements as well, especially with the fact that the AC-80 is back in action.
Yeah, AC-80 has brought a change the pace of the game overall. But as we look at elimination, this we have Array with 6 elimination, but G'day as well as ABAX brought in 4 plus 3 from Aim God. And Aim God, again, there's a few changes that he has done. He used the Flash as his pet. Like even in backstern, he will not or receive less of damage. But as we look in how they played in the future, let's see if that will work even more, because for the elimination leaders at this point for that match, 3 of which is coming from EVOS Divine.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, beautiful stuff from EVOS Divine. 3 of their players making it up to the top 5 in terms of eliminations leaders, and that truly stands for the massive number of eliminations they picked up in this game. But Bigatron Delta showing up to the key player segment as well with 17 blue balls used by Kyong. Ray still takes the highlight for the total damage, and Jack with the 10. Wow, headshots out there total.
Yeah, that's a lot of headshots. Hopefully that will translate to elimination as well. As we look into the points, 29 points, 17 elimination. That was right, and that is taking the lead against Bigatron Delta, even for that day, for today, with a 10 point against them. But United 17 in the point, second in the place, and also 8 elimination, followed by WAG, who we didn't see that much though, but they managed to take down Twisted Mind, like from the back end, from the other side of the map. And let's see how well WAG can play it more into the next map.
And of course, if we take the overall leaderboard, look here, EVOS Divine overtaking Bigatron Delta once again. But that flashing red still keeps distracting me, bro. PE Sports, Heavy, Star Knight still struggling to find the top 3. But one team that is not struggling is Onyx Olympus. They have been performing pretty decently today in comparison to both PE as well as Star Knights.
Yeah, I mean, one probable reason why they keep jumping outside of blue is because they want to get away from engagement. But for 2 times already, we've seen them jump in directly into a team, and they managed to take them down. If it wasn't for Jack earlier, they could have been eliminated early, and PE Sports would have an easy way to overtake them. But even PE Sports is struggling, making the lead back to almost 20s. That is very difficult for PE Sports based on overall performance, even from day 1.
I don't know what's happening to PE Sports, but they have to figure it out. We've got 4 more chances for them on the day of play today. And I think today is the slightly easier day if they want to aggress and grab a couple of booyahs for themselves, because you don't really want to be in the mix with teams like RRQ, who are much more hungrier out there on the battlefield. Let's not even talk about Falcons, who are going to be absolutely ripping away points when they hop on in. But of course, this leads us to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the first 2 games completed. We've got 4 more games to go. When we come back from the break, it's going to be Alpine. We'll catch you guys in a bit. Absolutely, and there's no doubt whatsoever they are going to be able to pull this off. Jin too low on that HP, and RRQ.
Strategi yang lain pasti ada, tapi nggak mau kasih tahu.
Trying to find somebody nameless though on the ground. Sping has gone crazy all alone, and he gets caught furry round. Second booyah
ก็ตอนนี้น่ามีคิวครับผมเล่นดีครับ
Diggs now, Exposy gets the back down and high down on the ground.
Circle it. Circle. You let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Absolutely, and there's no doubt whatsoever they are going to be able to pull this off. Jin too low on that HP, and RRQ.
Strategi yang lain pasti ada, tapi nggak mau kasih tahu.
Trying to find and somebody nameless though on the ground. Fingers gone. Crazy all alone, and he gets caught. Furry round. Second booyah
ก็ตอนนี้น่ามี RQ ครับผมเล่นดีครับ
Digs now. Exposy gets the back down and high down on the ground. Exposy gets down on the circle.
Lagi gua main, lu nggak akan bisa menang lawan tim gua.
As many as he can take out, if he clutches it, he will be godly. But AG come up on top of the booyah.
Lần này chụp chụp.
Members, and it looks like an overextension from GOW is going to cost them the booyah.
You running out of members, running out of stamina. Wasana will not stand.
Đấy là em đang đánh giá khá cao WBG.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
First blood.
Welcome back, survivors. This is day 16 out of 18 for the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall Season. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustache down here with Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. 2 matches have concluded and both of the booyahs ripped away by Indonesian squads. Is this going to be the day for Indonesia, or will the Thai teams wake up, or are we going to see some miracle out of Vietnam? We'll still have to wait and see, as 4 more games are left here for us to complete. What do you think is going to happen, Neptune? More of those Indonesia booyahs?
Let's see if the storyline continues, they might be grabbing a few more, but I'm still hoping that PE Sports can perform a little bit better. No offense to Onyx Olympus, because they have shown so much, but we have a lot of hopes for PE Sports, especially with how they worked it from the previous season, managing to sneak away their spot in the top 12.
You know exactly what we do, man. We always fire up the underdogs. For the time being, Onyx Olympus, not the underdogs. 14 points picked up already. And surprisingly, Star Knights also managed to pick up more points on the previous game. And PE Sports now being left in the dust. This does not look good for the brand. It is going to hurt them in the overall grand scheme of things. But guess who is doing pretty fine up top on the leaderboard? It's Heavy out of nowhere. 24 points picked up thus far already. And now they are 24 points behind Onyx Olympus. All they need to do is to keep this spacing up, and before you know it, they will be in the top 12. But like you said, no offense to Onyx Olympus at all. We have just been motivating teams that are currently not in the top 12. The moment they go down to the bottom 6, we'll start screaming their name.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just those underdogs that we want to hype up, and it's a good storyline as well. I mean, coming in from the red zone, getting in onto the top 12, that is how we want them to play. But for this map, Alpine, Bermuda United, most of the time they are grabbing booyah, and that has brought them to the #1 spot, because most of the time the random map is on Alpine as well. But as we look into the mix, a tackle around will be in here. Introduction for them on Group A and C, because RRQ is not playing.
I mean, RRQ not playing is a blessing for so many of the teams out there, right? Because they've got the most number of booyahs in the competition thus far, and the closest one to them is Buriram as well as WAG. The surprising thing about WAG here is, although they've got 10 booyahs to their name, they are nowhere close to that top 3, and that's how crazy the fight is in the knockout stages. But let's take a look at the head-to-head here as well. EVOS Divine up against Buriram of all teams, but the stats here looks pretty decent on the side of EVOS Divine, at least for today.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking that well, that bright for Bermuda United, especially with how it ended up with their gameplay on the final, or finding the final circle. Most of the time, it's only 2 players, or when they go face-to-face, they are being taken down. So let's see if this is the, well, I guess this gives a highlight for the rest of the teams. The Bermuda United doesn't want to let it go. They do have a 100-point lead against AG Global, who's not doing well even for today, despite of how they did well from last week overall.
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, we were asking for a little bit of heated run here from the bottom 6 squads, and Heavy is giving that exactly to us. And now they're 4 points behind PE Sports. So I think I'm going to be shifting my focus over from PE to Heavy. And if Heavy, but of course I don't want to cast the curse them down to the bottom back, right? So I think I'm just going to stay silent on this one, man.
Let's leave them. Let's see how they will work. Let's head over to this map. It is Alpine. Let's see who's going to grab the booyah. Though this is Bermuda United's map, a lot of teams might be able to challenge, as they have to focus on crop, but that would depend on what flight will be offered by the Lady Luck at this point. And most of the time it is a nice flying path, but this is unsure, especially with how it's working out. But one thing's for sure, for the Galaxy S24 Ultra of Samsung, it has given great gameplay, as mentioned earlier by G'day of EVOS Divine.
I'm just so jealous, man. I'm seeing all of these players have so much of fun on that phone. My budget's just not in yet to get myself one, but I'm pretty sure it's just a matter of time before I do grab one from the stores. EVOS Divine grabbing a good drop spot for themselves at Forest Red here, with Aim God dropping towards Militia, and potentially that's going to be the second spot where they do rotate into. So very early scouting coming on through, but Vamos finding 2 players off of Star Knights early game. And this looks like it could be an early finisher here for Star Knights, as Buriram as well is right behind them.
Yeah, let's see and how they will play. Star Knights right now down 2, but 18 Deer, the Clutch King himself, is being brought back. But he might be falling into the area where Bermuda United is. Team Vamos right now in the lead in terms of elimination, trying to run away, but gets in for the hit. June right now for the takedown before going down.
And Pius bleeding out on the ground. 18 Deer back in it already, so that's going to be a little bit of a lifeline here for Star Knights. Buriram joining the fray, and once again Vamos, this does not look good for them at all. Earlier they were attacking AG Global, they got wiped out from the back, and now they go in for the shutdown onto Star Knights, and Buriram wants to prey on them, and Vamos are absolutely blitzing out of there. They do not want to stay at play.
Yeah, they don't want the same thing happen. They grabbed 4 points already and then eliminated out of the game. So they want to take it easy. Probably save up a few of those coins just in case a few more of their players or one survives and a comeback will be possible. But they're leading the fray right now. Only 1 remains for Star Knights, who they challenge. And Bermuda United will not be seeing anyone. But the Arvan scan sees one of the players from Vamos, and this will be the hunt of Bermuda United. Hopefully Cathizi will survive, or probably can lead them away while the rest of the teams loot up as well as recover one of their players.
And as they go out for the hunt, they might as well just pick up a few coins, says Buriram. So Cathizi is just leading them away from the rest of his team members. And he's going to be the sacrificial lamb. Wasana missing the first 2, but not the third. Beautiful headshot. Single bullet connection, and that will be the end of the play for Cathizi as he waits for his revival. Great play overall from the guy as he leaves Buriram, a very, very threatening predator, out there on the battlefield away from the rest of his team members.
Yeah, and there you have it. We have Cathizi being brought back by Legoloth, 18 Deer bringing back Fies, and we still have 12 teams in play. Now let's see as what would be the next engagement that will be happening, because earlier from what we've seen, not so much of hot drop has happened, and Bigatron Delta right now will be on top of Legoloth, and this has brought him to a standstill as Cathizi drops in on the other side inside of the zone. So let's see how Vamos will play this one out. But Heavy will be hunted by EVOS Divine. Aim God for the rush. Rebel rush, but managed to get away, and the turnaround almost brings him down. He is now in trouble.
Ray out already, Heavy with a beautiful counter attack here up against EVOS Divine. And I believe they're going to get super aggressive. Aim got caught out once again with the Bison in hand, but he will not be able to sneak away. Farmas does knock him down onto the ground. Abex with the AC-80 with the launch pad up and out of there. G'day joining him as well. They've got a vending machine to play with, unless, of course, Heavy catches up with them. And here they come.
Yeah, I mean, that is usually the target once a player will be eliminated, and Get Nice had the same idea. So A-Box will be targeted. Let's see if they can bring back the teammates before they get down. And there goes Aimbot, and the rest of EVO's Divine being recovered as Get Nice is just getting information, missing that opportunity on the hit against G'day, but will turn around, give the information to Kabi, and cut his approach.
Yes, smart play by Kabi here. He's flanking from the left-hand side, so he'll be able to meet G'day halfway through. And Abex just flying straight at Get Nice, and he will not be able to get away. That Trogon puts him down on the ground. And Kabi, like we spoke about earlier, does manage to cut off the rotation of G'day. Very, very smart play. Very strategic from Heavy, and they claim decent points. But WAG, on the other hand, they flunk out a little bit too early.
Yeah, we were praising them earlier, and we were asking why they are slowing down or not showing despite of their performance. But hopefully that is not the same story for PE Sports. But as we can see, they're chasing the wrong team. Is Twisted Mind Exposee with a good chance to far back. As you can see on the other side, on the field feed, Cyro bringing down Diamond. And this will be, or might be, the end of Twisted Mind, and a good chance for Onyx Olympus to also take down PE Sports if they can.
Yeah, PE making that rotation, but this does not look good. Onyx Olympus potentially going to cut off their rotation here. And Wang An a little bit too far away from the rest of his team members. Bigatron Delta joining the fray as well. Okay, bye-bye, Kathizi. That's the first thing. Exposy is seeing all of this, and he's like, nope, I am not staying by to check out what's going to happen here. Kathizi stuck between a rock and a hard place. Two Indonesian squads both aiming for him. He's got a one blue wall to play around with, but no defenses whatsoever. Dix will be able to get the knock, claims his life as well. And now that sets up a fight between Bigatron and Onyx Olympus. But Onyx now saying absolutely no as they slowly black away. PE Sport does not want to shy away from this fight. They are going all in.
Now, PE Sports, they slowed down earlier. I was thinking that they will not be joining this, but if they had, if they had gotten away, it is a good chance that Onyx Olympus might be taken down by Bigatron Delta. But no, PE Sports managed to go in and flank for the rush. Koja caught outside. LBT will be hit with a nade, and Don't Cry tries to respond. But Koja already a flank. Don't Cry in trouble. Splits him to Don't Cry, but managed to pull out.
Oh, smart play by Don't Cry. He saw that one coming a mile away, and he just instantly backed out of that danger. Narrow with the mini Uzi. But now as PE Sports backs away from Bigatron Delta, Onyx Olympus re-entering this fight. They want to be the third party. LBT will be able to find the connection onto Koja with the Max 7. Koja down, bleeding on the ground. Don't Cry going in for the finisher as well with that backstab. Finds Nems. Nems trades out LBT just before he gets knocked down onto the ground. Kyung comes in for the save. Narrow can't get to him because of all of those glue walls. Will he be able to catch out Kyung? Good glue wall set up by Kyung, 96 HP, and he survives that onslaught. Grenades though from Narrow, and the Trogon as usual serves up the best.
Bigatron Delta will be eliminated by PE Sports, but to what risk? Nero is the only one remaining in Onyx Olympus. The team that they are chasing will be in here. Here comes the rush check right now, but still managed to survive. Nero will be going down, but PE Sports is not yet out of this game. One of the players managed to pull away from this compound, giving them a chance. Even Bamos is still alive that can be brought back from that rebuy.
Arrow with the panic glue walls moments ago just could not defend himself and buy himself a lot of time. But like you said, that was not the final play on the side of PE Sports, so we'll have to wait for the recovery play. Onyx Olympus, very smart play from them, backing away from Bigatron, allowing PE Sports to do the dirty work first before stepping in. But unfortunately, they don't really take away too many points from that engagement. 4 eliminations thus far, but if you look at the grand scheme of things, Onyx Olympus still alive and kicking, so they do have many more opportunities to pick up these points. Heavy, one of the teams who have been on a great performance, are potentially going to come across them shortly.
Yeah, let's see if they will go in for that route or probably back away. And it looks like they are backing away, trying to find their place onto the next phase of this circle. And from the horizon earlier, we saw a few more teams who's being chased as well. So let's see on how rotation will work for them. For Heavy, I mean, they are in a good spot, especially with the performance that they've done all throughout, even the first few two maps. And I guess they really want to overtake PE Sports and probably Onyx Olympus if they will succeed. But for PE Sports, they are spread out because of what happened earlier, and Wangan will try to get a few more of those coins to bring back any potential casualties if an engagement is happening. But their spread might not work for them, especially with moments like this where AG's already waiting for them.
Oh, you gotta hate it, man. When you run up to the top floor and you find that even the top floor is not inside the circle, you gotta put yourself in danger. Wangan in a lot of trouble. And I believe AG Global does have their eyes set on him because they heard his vehicle just moments ago. And Wangan back in the vehicle, I believe, as he tries to drive away from trouble and AG Global. Buriram get high. We'll be able to find the first connection with that AWM, but unfortunately, no headshot. Doesn't knock the player down. And Buriram, they have fired off those warning shots enough for Star Knights to say, we do not want to play with you.
Yeah, I mean, Star Knights backs away, but is not going away that far. So just setting up a good position and fires back against Buriram United. But position-wise, I mean, Moshi had a good spot above that bridge, and the rest of the teams are just hiding out below. Though they don't have that advantage, they have a good chance in case Star Knights rushes in against them. And as you can see, a long flank might be done by Buriram United, taking a few of the compounds on the other side. But who's waiting for them inside that phase of the circle? As Wasana goes in for the airdrop, this might lead Star Knights into the battle, but Star Knights just cautious and giving them a little bit of pressure.
Star Knights on the inside. FGL first connection burns down absolutely nobody. Wasana still on the chase. Beautiful headshot once again by Mr. Wasana. FGL will burn down the glue wall, and the backstab from Wasana takes down 18D as well. Here comes the backup from Raz. Wasana says, oh, you want to play? And he plays with him well. 3 eliminations for Wasana, and he's on fire.
No waiting for the rest of the teams. He just goes and rush in, and that is trust, total trust from Wasana for the rest of Buriram United. And who next contender will be PE Sports. They are outside of blue though, and they need to get away because Buriram United, though they don't know it's Buriram United, but with the die down of that engagement, they are not taking any advantages out of BRU. So especially with Jonah with the high ground, I love his positioning, the 1-2-1 split, and Moshi in the far end on the snipe.
Well, if you really think about it, there's nothing to take advantage of because the only one doing anything was Wasana, and he barely missed. That was such a clean engagement from Wasana. All he did was waste bullets. Even those bullets were not wasted, as a matter of fact. We saw the Woodpecker getting the connection, that headshot. We saw the Trogon getting 2 wipeouts. And PE Sports, even if they had run into it, I think they would have been wiped out instantaneously. Now they've bought themselves a lot of time, but Buriram sneaky with this. They do spot out PE Sports. They're going to choose to gatekeep the squad. PE Sports plays it very smart, trying to rotate around the right-hand side. Jonah will find the connection onto Nero, knocks him down onto the ground. No pickup just yet, and he will get the finisher as well. Buriram going in for the wipeout.
And as you can see, get high right now, getting high, and don't cry, we'll be crying at this moment, and PE Sports will need to get away. M79 plus the grenade follow-up, that is something that we rarely see, but is being done well by Buriram United. Now, let's see if that will happen from Heavy and AG Global. This is not the first time that they've seen or meet each other in this day, but switching over to the other side, a tackle around, elimination leader, but only Cougar remains, or inclusion of limit against Twisted Mind. Samming goes down, and well, in the background, PE Sports also eliminated.
3 games in a row, PE has absolutely bombed on us. Unfortunately, there's no miracle play for them just yet. 3 more games to go, but I don't know if that's too much to ask. But Heavy doing God's work off screen. AG Global, 3rd player down. I need to see that fight. Cypher right down as well.
Showing up. They really want to catch up. PE Sports not working well, and they eliminated AG Global. I know it's not on the screen, but this is the excitement that Heavy has brought in this competition.
Holy mama, it was Heavy shutting down AG Global, one of the most lethal teams out there on the battlefield in a fair 4v4 fight. I mean, if you don't find that impressive, I don't know what is in the world of Free Fire. G'day and Abex backing each other up. They've got the fences around to play with, but Wasana looking for one. Moshi, beautiful connection, and Jonah does get that follow-up with a headshot as well. Aim God manages to back away. He's got a solid defense to play around with. G'day right in front. Wasana has got no grenades to bomb them out with, so this is going to be a impossibility for him. He needs to go in for the approach, but Get High does serve it up with those nades. They tag them up for a little bit, but not getting super aggressive as they know that could lead them into trouble with attack all around behind.
And God uses that power as his cover, but will not be able to survive a little bit longer. Here comes the rest of the team. Wasana right now rushes in onto the flank and going in around that airdrop. And God, G'day already down on the ground. Only one remains. Ray with a sliver of health and will be taken down. But United, full squad, still alive. 13 elimination, and they are mowing everyone down.
13 eliminations. You've got 7 more lives to rip away out there on the battlefield. Buriram, do you take them all? Vamos still alive. That's a little bit of a surprise. Mikacha down at the bottom. Legolas right on top. And when the circle starts to move, Legolas will break his ankles for sure as he's trying to get off. Onyx Olympus still surviving, and this is the team currently on that 12th spot. So even placement points alone will do them a lot of favors. So surviving up to this point is already a great deal here for Onyx Olympus.
Yeah, Onyx Olympus, I mean, we might have been taken out the spotlight from them, but from the previous season, they were also on the red zone, managed to get in top 12, and even put themselves into the highlights. So let's see how will they work against Brim United, because come grand finals, this is a team that will be a threat for them. Jet right now in front, and the rest of the teams going in. Grenade eyes. Grenades being thrown, and they just switch aside. Brim United will be left. Kiba will be stuck in there trying to heal up, but it is a good distraction as Jack makes work on them on the low ground.
Buriram trying to get for that right-hand side flank, and now look at all of those glue wall melters. So well concentrated by Onyx Olympus. I can't even believe we are actually looking at Onyx play here. It looks so much better, as if RRQ is out there on the battlefield. Zairu, but Kiba does get tagged up from the back, and Jonas uses that as an opening. Zairu down as well. Get High, spots out Gary. Gary stabbed from the back, but barricades himself in by 4 glue walls. But the guy is all alone. There's nothing he can do. Gary shot down to the ground. Jack the final hope, but there's nothing he can do up against 4 Buriram monsters. And he launches himself out of the circle. Buriram, a solid booyah on Alpine.
Not quite sure if that is a smart move for Jack right there, but the launchpad panicked just to get away. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. We've seen a lot, specifically Wasana, try to do the same thing. Final moment, all alone, runs out of the blue, and they paid for it.
Yeah.
So, they paid for it. So let's see if Onyx Olympus will be will receive a few of those from League Ops, but Brim United, I mean, finally showing up. 3rd place before this game, this might bring them to that #1 spot.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, this is the 6th booyah here at Alpine for Buriram United Esports, which is nothing short of impressive. The closest one to this 6 booyahs is actually 2 booyahs by attack all around, and that is just insane in terms of consistency, in terms of, you know, what they can do out there on the battlefield. If RRQ is not playing on Alpine alongside Buriram, it seems almost too one-sided here, right? RRQ has got 4 of those booyahs here on this map, but unfortunately, they're just not in today's play.
And not in today's play. Now, looking the highlights of the rest, we just seen the final moment, but this is the highlight. This is where we've seen most of the gameplay, and this is where Vamos tries to get away from Buriram United. That just started it off for Buriram, but knowing that it's Alpine, they already have this in the bag. Like most of the gameplay that they have in Alpine leads to a booyah, and it's just them or us waiting to see that happen.
I mean, this is just mind-blowing, right? 209 eliminations from Buriram just on Alpine. That is just like insane, right? Because they've got a total of 621 eliminations. 209 eliminations from this map means 1/3 of all of their elimination points comes from Alpine. They're just absolutely untouchable here, which means we do need to see more pressure from Buriram on some of these other maps on that final week, or else it's going to be a little challenging for the team.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it will be challenging, especially in grand finals, but I mean, this is one thing from the introduction of Alpine. Buriram United is one of the team who really adjusted well, and they're still taking advantage of that right now. In a bit, we're going to hear from Buriram United as we go into the interview. So let's bring it to Thailand right now for the interview.
Hey guys, please give it up for Moshi from Buriram United Esports! Yay! The king of meme is already with us today. You knew what I'm talking about.
เข้าใจไหมว่าพี่ยูพูดถึงเรื่องอะไร
รู้เหรอพี่พูดอะไร
ไม่รู้พี่
เจ้าแห่งมีม เจ้าแห่งมีม
But why you laughing?
เราไม่รู้แล้วหัวเราะทำไม
หัวเราะแบบเข้าสังคม
just fake for social life
Laughing for me. For social life. Okay, let's talk about Buriram United Esports performance today because I think that you didn't loosen any of your performance. Don't you think that it is time to keep low today?
ตั้งแต่เล่นมารู้สึกว่าทีมบุรีรัมย์เนี่ยจะไม่ค่อยแบบว่าเรียกว่าเล่นแบบทรงคงเส้นคงวามาตลอดตอนนี้ถึงเวลาแล้วหรือยังที่แบบว่าจะลดระดับลงมา
พูดง่ายๆคือแบบดูเธอไม่ปล่อยเลยยังเล่นตึงเหมือนเดิมไม่มันน่าจะถึงเวลาที่แบบพวกเราจะแบบพยายามทำตัวแบบไม่เป็นเป้าสายตาเราหรือเปล่า
ก็พยายามทำตัวให้แบบว่าไม่เป็นเป้าสายตาครับแต่ว่ามันเก่ง
I'm trying to play like not being targeted by other team but cannot hide as much because we are too good.
Yes. Okay. Talking about too good. What will happen if every team in the league and other regions are focusing on your team? Is it gonna be a hard way for you guys?
ถ้าเกิดทีมจากรีเจนอื่นรวมถึงไทยด้วยก็ได้อะจ้องมาที่ทีมเราแบบว่าเล็งหัวทีมเราเอาไว้อย่างเงี้ยมันจะทำให้เราเล่นยากไหม
มันจะไม่เป็นปัญหาเหรอ
ยากครับเราสร้างพันธมิตรไว้ดีครับหรือว่าสร้างศัตรู
So it's quite hard for us to get the enemy because we always make an ally not make enemy.
Okay, so last question. Do you want to say anything to your opponent? Sorry.
มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงคู่แข่งของเราไหมคะทีมอื่น
ครับฝากเชียร์ทุกๆทีมครับที่ลุ้นเข้ารอบก็เต็มที่ครับเพราะผมทีมไทยน่าจะเข้ากันหมดแล้วครับ
I give support to all the team that might get a chance to be in the final week because all Thai team will be waiting there.
And this is Moshi from Buriram United Esports, guys. Please give him a big hand. And now we are ready to get back into the game. Are you ready? If you're ready, let's get back to you, Shoutcaster.
Yes, we are ready, Yuki. And Moshi was definitely ready for that joke. He laughed. He didn't understand what the question was. He just heard meme and he was like, yeah, I just wanted to show that I'm good at socializing, so I laughed. So that was the best answer for me thus far on any of the interviews that we have seen. So I'm looking forward to more booyahs from Buriram just because of that, right? But, you know, beautiful stuff from them. Very aggressive game. We do want to see exactly how many points in total they did manage to grab from that game. I also want to see what Onyx Olympus managed to walk away with Neptune because this is very important for them, especially with the fact that Heavy seemed to be doing better earlier.
Yeah, Next Olympus is trying to get away from that red zone and they're doing well. And even with Heavy and PE Sports trying to chase them down, they're still doing it. But for Wasana himself, he really wants to grab that weekly Predator, thus getting a lot of elimination. We've seen how well he played it, like all alone, understanding or knowing that the rest of the teams are backing him up. He is just going in, no mercy, no hesitation. And even with that throw gun, he has been perfect overall.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And you see him kissing that phone. That's a good reason why he's doing that. Players usually don't, right? Like I said, you know, usually when we ask these players to play on a device that they're not used to, we put a brand new device in their hands, most of the players complain. I have not heard a single complaint from any one of these players. As a matter of fact, they are absolutely in love with the Samsung S24 Ultra. They are whooping butt out there on the battlefield. So clean plays. And you saw Wasana literally does not have any bit of doubt in his movements whatsoever, especially the connection with that Woodpecker as well as Drogon that we saw. 3 eliminations back to back. The man barely broke any sweat.
Yeah, I mean, for one breaking sweat right now is Moshi. No elimination, but pretty much a lot of support being brought in. More of the information is coming from him, especially with how he positioned himself into battlefield. But as we look into the leaders, it is just 3 of Bermuda United into the mix, followed by Cougar, and as well as Zyro from Onyx Olympus. And this is looking good for Onyx Olympus because we are wondering how many points they grab and if that gives them in a safe spot against Heavy as well as PE Sports, who's chasing them.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. So I'm really curious as to what sort of a total number that we have Buriram ending things on here right now, because just amongst these 3 players alone, you've already got 18 eliminations. Very, very solid play. Oh wait, I think we saw Moshi with 0 earlier. So that's 18 plus 12 for a total of 30 points. That's the highest number of points any team has picked up today. So Buriram has finally kicked things off on a brand new level here. And fingers crossed, things do maintain at this level of intensity. I want to see 30 and more points out there for anyone that grabs the booyah.
Yeah, let's see, as Onyx Olympus really are focusing right now because they're doing well. They're doing quite well despite of their failure in Bermuda. They are doing quite fine, and I guess that little bit of focus, understanding that they need to be relaxed, they need to be in zen, so that everything that they worked on from before this day will become into play. But as we look, Onyx Olympus, 16 points.
Wow.
It is 7 elimination plus a second place. Not so much an elimination though, but this is a good spot because below them is Heavy. Far below them is PE Sports, but Heavy right now, their performance, they might have overtaken PE Sports already.
I mean, this is just amazing for Heavy because although Onyx Olympus did manage to perform, they were just 2 points behind them. So they keep the pressure on Heavy. They have managed to overtake PE Sports now, leaving PE Sports 5 points behind them. This is a great play coming through from Team Heavy. And, you know, my personal wish was to see all 5 of the Vietnamese squads in the final week. But obviously, the Indonesians want to earn their spot there as well. They're going to be playing on home soil. Onyx Olympus showing us that they have got the fight within themselves. So if this continues, it's going to be a real close fight between Onyx as well as Heavy. Teams like GOW, they need to watch out, right? Because if you don't have just enough intensity, just like what Onyx Olympus as well as Heavy is bringing out, you're going to be in a lot of trouble on your play day.
Yeah, I mean, Onyx Olympus really is in a good run of overtaking GOW, though GOW is not playing today, but they have 2 more chances. So it will depend on Onyx Olympus on how they will play, as well as like how much leeway will be given to GOW, because we've seen them like GOW from last week. They were performing so well, almost getting that booyah most of the time, but being placed in second. And on the final moment, last match of the week, they did grab that booyah. Thus, they are on 11th place.
Bermuda, Purgatory, Alpine, all concluded. And finally, we do have a Thai team ripping back the glory a tad bit here by none other than the king of predators themselves, Buriram United Esports. But as we head on into Kalahari, this was the map where everybody just used to rave about the Indonesian teams just finding dominance. But in the recent times, this has changed. This is now a map that belongs to Thailand. The top 4 teams in performance here, all from Thailand. The top 3 teams that you look in front of you right here, if you drop Falcons, you can still bring AG Global into the mix because they're the 4th best team on Kalahari. I will actually be surprised if Vietnam pulls away a booyah from here. Not so surprised if one of the Indonesian squads does it. So I think I want to see a little bit of extra pressure coming through from teams like PE Sports as well as Heavy.
Yeah, let's see if they will be able to bring it on right now, especially with Heavy, who hasn't grabbed any booyah from this map. But one team who has taken 2 booyahs with PE Sports. But again, booyahs overall on the one specific map doesn't prove that much. It changes on the overall. How will you adapt? How will you adjust? Each or map after map after map, and we've seen a lot of teams, especially Bermuda United, they're even top in this despite of only grabbing 1 booyah because of the elimination points, as well as how many times they were on the top spot or top 3 in every time they jump in Kalahari.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, they've got just 1 booyah, like you said, but 90 placement points, and that's the most in comparison to any of the other teams that have played on Kalahari thus far. So that's a pretty impressive stat coming through from Buriram United. but it's not going to be enough if you're not grabbing those booyahs, especially on that final week, on that final day. It's going to be very, very important. So we do want to see if or not Buriram is capable of those Kalahari booyahs. So perhaps a back-to-back may just be on standby for us.
Yeah, let's see if they can carry it on a back-to-back as the team's already dropping in. I'm just wondering who will be taking that refinery, especially as our RQ is not in here. Pretty much like Heavy might be taking that. But as we look at AG Global, they are dropping in the far. And Onyx Olympus and Team Vamos. I mean, Onyx Olympus just feeding off Team Vamos. And there are some instances that Vamos has put in a lot of fight, leaving Onyx Olympus with no one to eliminate or probably a few players remaining, but I don't think it will end well for so many instances for Team Vamos, and Onyx Olympus are more hungrier to maintain their spot on the top 12.
Vamos, as usual, just struggling out there against some of these, in fact, all of these teams. There have been some great moments from Vamos, but those great moments do not extend beyond one engagement. We've seen the early fights going the way of Vamos, so perhaps that could be statistic that could help them out against Onyx Olympus here. Kiba moving straight on in. Jun trying to recover, and Kiba does not give him that room at all. Katizi now going to be exposing his back as he drops Jack onto the ground, and that's exactly what we see happening. Kiba now 2 up for the squad.
2 up. Jack is the only one down, and Gary up close and personal taking down Mikasa. Only 1 remains out of Vamos. And Buriram United is also rather eliminated from the hands of PE Sports. And let's see if PE Sports can bring this fight back. Because earlier on the map, we saw Buriram United very close to what was happening earlier.
I talked about how Vamos wasn't doing too great, but how their first engagements usually go well. That first engagement did not go well at all. But great play from Onyx Olympus overall with the positioning as well as very early aggressive play. Jack brought back in, and PE Sports, the one that finished off the final player from the side of Vamos, will be going in to shut down Jack as well. AG Global takes on Bigatron Delta, but one player a little bit too far away. Koja down on the ground, Saifa punishing him with the Trogon. And Kyung finding one player right in front of him, but will not go in for the shutdown just yet. Blue wall dropped, and Saifa out maneuvers him. Deal with a sliver of health, does manage to get away, and Saifa shows up trying to get aggressive, but EVOS Divine out of nowhere. They turned the tables.
Yeah, turn the tables, and that AC80 follow-up by Ray has brought in or brought down the fuel players from AG Global. But even BTR, now as you can see, Aim God right now targeting one of the players, and Aim God missing a few, but finally Caramel goes down. AG Global, I think that's it. That might have been elimination, but no, Revive has been put in. Still 11 teams remaining, but a lot of teams are going for early engagements.
Yeah, EVOS Divine, the third party in that situation, took great advantage. And of course, ripping away lives from both squads as they scramble away with their revives. Onyx Olympus surviving the initial engagement, but up against Buriram, as well as potentially PE Sports now. They might be in a lot of trouble. Get high, getting that high ground for himself. Now bird's eye view, and the information of Onyx Olympus sent out to the rest of his team members. And here comes the rushes. The one and only deadly Wasana, but Gary manages to knock down Get High from his throne. Kiba does have that bird's eye view onto Moshi, but he can't do much. But luckily, Moshi doesn't actually have a sniper, so Kiba might just be able to get away with this.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing Kiba with a better advantage, though. XM8 will be a good weapon in the beginning of this game, but he managed to pull in together with the rest of the teams. PE Sports, though, on the other hand, still managing to take down the rest of AG Global. Despite of them surviving, they are still being brought down to their knees, and not quite sure what's happening with AG Global as Onyx Olympus right now, slowly putting in the play and pressure against Buriram United, and Onyx Olympus might have just been baited in against BRU as Moshi and the rest of the teams. Oh, Moshi being hit. Kiba, that aggressive.
Yeah, first of all, the movement from Kiba was just absolutely sublime. The jumps with the grappling hook there, just beautiful to watch. And it looks like Kiba's getting super aggressive up against Wasana. Ooh. That one was uncalled for. Wasana doesn't get the knock, but Moshi backs him up from afar. Moshi with the farmer still hasn't found himself a marksman or a sniper just yet. Gary with the ice grenade and a Riptide Rhythm out of nowhere. Looks like they did not coordinate that Riptide Rhythm. But Gary trying to take advantage with the Bison. Wasana will be sprayed down. Moshi this time could not give him the backup whatsoever. It would have been beautiful if he had got that knock from the Riptide Rhythm, but Zyru just did not find that communication through with the rest of his players. 3 players still alive and kicking on the side of Buriram, but not for long. I think Moshi about to get stabbed from the back.
Yeah, Kiba right now get information and that distraction. Moshi might be going down now. Grenade coming from a Drogon, and Moshi managed to survive, but not for long as Jack jumps in and Kiba needs to be picked up. 2 more remains for Bermuda United unless the rest of the teams manage to bring back or revive some of their teammates. But Get High and Jonah in the horizon, no sight of everyone else.
Yeah, in the grand scheme of things, I think it's good that Moshi got taken out because it was too painful watching him without a sniper. So when he gets revived, fingers crossed he finds an AC-80 or an AWM for himself so we can see him really dance there on the battlefield. But of course, 11 teams still alive and kicking. We have to count out Vamos that made that very early exit earlier. And Onyx Olympus, 7 eliminations up. This is a big one for this team.
Yeah, big one indeed, and this is a good chance to pull away against Heavy, who's very close, 25 points behind. But one of the players of Onyx Olympus has been taken down by AG Global, and Brave United managed to pull away and bring back the rest of the teammates. With 1 elimination, though, it's not looking good, so they just need to be silent stealth mode halfway through, and that's where they bring on the fire.
Buriram doesn't seem to be very aggressive this time around, getting caught out very early. Moshi's back in action, but he's just running around with his fist, so I still want to see what his luck is like on his revival. I'm pretty sure he's going to find a marksman or a sniper soon. Kiba has got the P90 in hand, but what he does not have is luck because he is about to be ambushed by 3 Buriram players. But the rest of the backup is just there. Jack with the AC-80 already on standby on that left-hand side flank. Gary just behind the boulder, waiting for one of the Buriram players to make a mistake. And Kiba just holding on to a tight angle here. The circle's going to force Buriram straight into the hands of Onyx Olympus. How does Onyx deal with such a situation? Zyru, great vantage point up against Get High, who manages to duck in the nick of time.
Yeah, Zyru, good distraction. This pulls them into the side of the rest of Onyx Olympus, but there's not so much, not quick response coming from the rest of Onyx Olympus. Zyru might be in trouble, and there you go. Jonah brings him down with the Trogon, and the rest of the teams will just have to wait, but they still pull out from their confine and go in for the rush against Bermuda United. Gary might be the next one going in, but Jonah has no sights of him. A little bit of a grenade action coming from Jack to pull out, or to give time for the rest of Onyx Olympus to pull out, but Jonah is still bringing them that pressure.
Yeah, great place by Jonah. He sees the grenade flying straight towards him, manages to instantly negate the damage by backing away and hunts down Kiba. Jonah just instantly shutting down the hopes of Onyx Olympus here by taking out the back lines of the squad. Jack now burnt down to the ground as well. Gary, the final survivor. Can you bring in a player? He takes down Get High instead, but that's just a knock. Gary now going to be tickled from the back. Moshi finding him in the MP40. Down onto the ground you go. But it looks like the revival did come on through. Zyru, the final player on the squad, but he will be shut down by a tackle around as it seems.
Yeah, tackle around, just trying to beat him down, and Onyx Olympus will be eliminated. They did put in a lot of elimination at this point. Hopefully that can keep them afloat on that 12th spot, but attack all around. Despite of them putting that pressure on one player, they are not playing that well for today. Just a total of 36 points halfway through compared to the rest of the team.
Yeah.
And it's not tackle around that we've seen play, especially in this map.
I have to say, man, I absolutely love it when the observers can read my mind. I was just so curious as to what Heavy was doing out there on the battlefield. So they give us a quick sneak peek. Heavy's in a little bit of trouble, but they've got that lower ground as well as the monster truck in hand. So we'll catch up with them in a little bit. We have to focus on the biggest story here. PE Sports, one of the teams in the bottom 6, looking for their top 12 spot, stuck between 2 red squads. And I hope to God PE Sports takes one of them out, because I hate calling matches where Bigatron takes on AG Global. Those logos just way too similar. I mean, they're not similar, but they're red.
Plus Y Esports. Both of them, like, from afar, it seems like they're fighting against each other. So let's see. PE Sports, they have the high ground, a little risky. We know that like there is a certain season wherein high ground is not a potential for a potential of being headshot. So that is not a smart move. Hopefully they can move out of that compound and get a better position, but again, that will depend on the next play zone that will be closing in less than 30 seconds. Third phase of a circle, the blue will be hurting, and this will push everyone else on the next phase of the circle and attack around in close proximity to AG Global.
Now, if you're wondering how much does the third circle hurt, you get an upgrade from a pinch to a slap. It hurts, but you won't bleed just yet. So, for the time being, if you're still chilling around the outside like Buriram, you may be able to take advantage of this. You may have been slapped too many times in the past where you're absolutely immune to it. And look at them running out into the blue.
Yeah, they're just waiting, and well, there's a reason why, because out in the open, everything across them is quite open, and you know how Kalahari is. You don't want to be out in the open because high grounds overall, you will be sitting ducks or target for the snipers. Especially Do is the one in front of everyone else for AG Global, but for PE Sports above them or below them is AG Global, so they were targeted by PE Sports earlier. Smart move so that they will not be spotted.
Oh, AG, they're coming in here for a fight. Stop dead in his tracks. There was a player behind him though. I'm not too sure exactly who that was, but up on top, Caramel gets tagged up from the back, but does manage to hop on off, and the Riptide Rhythm does not hurt PE Sports at all. But Cyrus will be able to find Koja, who was trying to shoot down PE Sports. So overall, PE Sports just hanging on for their dear lives here up on top.
Yeah, I mean, they're just buying time and getting information. It's a good thing they were not surprised that much by AG Global. Tackle around next on their target list. And I guess they're just hunting for those outside of the blue. Even Evo's Divine is on their crosshairs, or rather, it's Sarnites right now, who has Evo's Divine on their crosshairs. And below them is Team Heavy. Again, the same tactics that we've seen earlier against PE Sports and AG Global. Staying below keeps you in a safe spot.
Yeah, now attack all around, being attacked by both PE Sports as well as AG Global. This one might just be a little bit tough to fight away. And like you said, PE Sports in a risky position as well because their heads are just sticking out and they are going in for the finisher. Dix has been spotted out. LBT single-handedly moving along, leading the rest of his team members as well. They want to play the containers to their advantage, and Twisted Minds joining this party as well.
Yeah, Twisted Mind out in the open, spots one of the players of PE Sports. Neighbor right now throws a grenade, splits Blitz, hits Nameless, and damages him. But Diamond, a little too aggressive, goes in for the rush, takes down one, another one waiting for them. And Don't Cry will be in the floor, and the rest of Twisted Mind showing how aggressive they are. This is Twisted Mind that we love to see. Diamond in the fray, and Nero goes down again.
Oh, goodness me. Twisted Minds is absolutely too aggressive for PE Sports. Nothing that they can do. Mechanically, they have been out-fought here. LBT does manage to trade one right back, but that's not even an elimination. It's just a knock onto the ground, and Diamond's right back up on his feet. Bought himself a little bit of time, but not enough time to run away. Don't Cry snuffed out as well. One final survivor, I believe, from... not even one. PE Sports out in 10th. Sorry, 11th.
Here comes another team, Buriram United going against Heavy, but it seems like Buriram United is struggling a little bit. Get Nice as well as one more will try to go in for a rush. 3 players from Buriram United going in, putting pressure on this team, but Heavy right now. There goes that blue wall. Get Nice, tries to get away, but will not be able to do so. He does. Hides out on the monster truck.
He jumps into the monster truck, jumps out of the monster truck, now behind the monster truck, and he's gone. That's a smart play.
A smart play. Let's
and
see.
He's back.
I'd like to see a 1v1 battle against Get High and Get Nice. Who will be winning? The nice one or the high one?
Get Nice is confusing them at this point of time, man. Out, in, around, behind, in front, and now he's still surviving single-handedly, juking the players on the side of Buriram, and he's still alive. My goodness, who in the world shot him from a side? Eliminated Bigatron Delta out in 7th.
Let's see. We might see it in the highlight earlier. WAG right now going against the Star
What is happening?
Knights, and WAG will be falling down.
Oh my.
And we are now left with 4 teams. Raf needs to be revived, but they are outside of the next circle, which is a smart play. They have a good vantage point against the rest of the teams. Don't jump just yet. Shoot them down first.
I mean, this is just way too much of chaos for my mind to keep up with. But here comes Buriram just to slow the pace down a little bit. And you're absolutely right. Don't jump into the fray just yet. Shoot them down from that high ground advantage. The circle's not moving just yet. And Twisted Minds trying to maneuver around. Stop just staying as silent as possible. Star Knights spotting out the players from the side of Twisted Minds, flying straight towards them. Takes a shot. Fires way too far away from all of this action. And now he's going to be tickled by the blue as well. Star Knights, I like the idea of splitting apart, but the positions they hold on to, very risky. And now they got to pay that high price for it.
Yeah, and they are paying indeed. Fires tries to get in with that hook gun, but slowly but surely leaving Twisted Minds onto the other side, but in the crosshairs of Buriram United, who have a good spot above them, and AG Global is just stopping his heels, using that cave as his cover, plus a glue wall. He might be getting that second place unless he will be spotted later on.
Star Knight still alive. This is a great play from them. Is it going to be good enough for them to jump into the top 12? Not yet. But is this what's needed from the squad to have some sort of miraculous run in the final week? Absolutely yes. Now, the next task is just to stay silent, let AG Global and Buriram fight it out against each other. But the problem here is right behind them stands Twisted Minds, and they know that they do hear a couple of footsteps right beside them in this container. Twisted Minds just waiting for that opportune moment, but the circle now leaving Twisted Minds themselves high and dry. Look at the amount of damage out of this blue, man. Saming's gonna get knocked down onto the ground. Ooh. There's a beautiful shot out of rest. Blue wall melters courtesy of Buriram from up top. They want to take advantage of this moving circle. Saming trying to crawl in for Exposi to pick him up, but he does not have enough time. Doesn't get to the mark. Exposi now running out of time as the blues tickles him as well. Star Knight's not focusing on him. They go for stop, and they find his back, taking out AG Global.
And that's what I'm talking about. I mean, you don't hide out in one area that can be used as a hiding spot, but Buriram United will be aggressing against Raz. Exposi tries to get in onto the fray, managed to get away, and all hide out in that cave once again. 1v3 situation. Now, there's no going in. Moshi right now goes in for the jump, but Moshi still goes down. But Exposi will be eliminated. Buriram United, as you asked for it, back-to-back booyah.
Back-to-back booyah. The biggest question mark in my head was, can Buriram get it done on Kalahari? Instantly, they give me the answer. The answer is, hell yeah, Mustachio. Yes, we can. And due towards that final engagement that we saw, Buriram barely did anything. They didn't need to do anything. Most of the work was already done for them, finding the best position out there on the battlefield. It was a little bit shocking that nobody found them with their shots, even though a couple of teams did have the better position opposed to them. They did have that high ground. They could have spotted out Buriram, but just not taking that right advantage gave Buriram the bigger advantage.
And that really shows why Buriram United Esports has been the top dogs overall in several seasons already. It's because decision making in the gameplay, in how they move and when they move, is really showing that they have what it takes to grab booyahs. And that final moment, like, yes, you were right. They could have been shut down, but a lot of distraction has been happening between Star Knights as well as Twisted Mind. Then everyone goes in for a standstill, waiting as to where the final circle will be moving in. And all of those pro mindset.
And Twisted Minds, I have to say, very early aggressive move towards the center point of the circle. And they just camped out towards the very end there. And that was the best decision they made, because that gave them the 9 points out of placement. And there's nothing much that you want if you're Twisted Minds, because, you know, you're not really aiming for the #1 spot in the grand scheme of things. You're not even looking to overtake AG Global, because you don't get extra cookies for that. You already qualify for the final week. So the best thing that you can try to do is just see if some of your crazy ideas work out there in the battlefield, to see exactly what the weakness would be for some of these ideas. And they just try to execute a very cheeky one. But unfortunately, they didn't get the booyah.
Well, it's okay. Again, it's okay for Twisted Mind. Even from previous season, they are not aiming for booyahs, just elimination. So let's see if that will work, as we are going to go for an interview right now to hear what Buriram United has to say. So let's go.
ได้ไหมอยากได้คลิปถามน้องหลายๆคนนะไม่ต้องทุกคนก็ได้ประมาณว่า รู้อะไรเกี่ยวกับอินโดบ้าง
No, mom, our bad. It's our bad. Okay, they said
Sorry.
no, don't. We are not ready for the interview, and we just threw it on to them. They were trying to figure out exactly what sort of questions they wanted to grill Buriram with, because in the first place, Buriram just made this beautiful comeback out of nowhere, right? They're finally showing up on the final week to take the number 1 spot, because guess what, man? With the previous Booyah, they equalized with the 13 Booyahs of RRQ, and now with this one on Kalahari, they've officially overtaken RRQ for the first time. They are the ones holding the most number of Booyahs in the competition. But I think we are ready to ask some big questions from the boys of Buriram. So let's bring on that interview. Yuki, hit them with it.
Surprise! That's a surprise for us too, because this is the second Booyah and double Booyah for Buriram United Esports, and this is Get High. Hey, how do you feel about your team performance today?
รู้สึกยังไงกับผลงานของทีมวันนี้คะ
ก็ดีครับผมรักษามาตรฐานเหมือนเดิมครับ
I feel good and because we keep playing on our standard.
Okay, and can you tell me a little bit or about your secret that you plans for Indonesian?
บอกกระซิบอะไรบอกเราหน่อยว่าแบบว่ามีความลับหรือมีแผนอะไรแบบที่จะไปอินโดบ้างไหม
ไม่มีครับไปนอนแล้วก็กินอย่างเดียว
Nothing, we will just go to eat and sleep.
Okay, so do you know that now there are the heats about the 12 places? There are 2 teams that fight for the 12, like 2 from Vietnam, and the 12 now is Onyx. What do you think? Onyx will go to the Polish round, or Vietnam team will go instead?
โอเค ตอนนี้สถานการณ์ก็คือค่อนข้างมีการต่อสู้ค่อนข้างดุเดือดเพื่อแย่งอันดับที่ 12 โดยที่มีทีมเวียดนาม2ทีมแล้วก็ทีมอินโด1ทีมซึ่งก็คือทีม Onyx ที่อยู่อันดับ 12 เราคิดว่าทีมไหนจะได้ไปในรอบไฟนอลระหว่างทีมเวียดนามหรืออินโด
ก็ไม่รู้ครับแล้วแต่แผนของทีมนั้นด้วยครับเพราะว่าออกหน้าไหนก็ได้ครับ
เอาความคิดของเรา
ไม่รู้เหมือนกันตอนนี้ไม่รู้เลย
I don't know anything. It depend on their strategy and performance. Really don't know.
But whatever team will go, you happy for it?
ไม่ว่าทีมไหนจะได้ไปเราก็ดีใจกับเขาใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับดีใจด้วยครับ
Of course, send congratulations in advance.
Okay, so last but not least, I want you to give other region a message. The team, especially the team that are fight for the Polish round.
มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงทีมอื่นไหมคะ โดยเฉพาะทีมที่กำลังไฟเพื่อแย่งอันดับที่ 12
ให้กำลังใจคนนิดนึง
สู้ๆครับผม
That's all?
Fighting.
Keep fighting. Okay, so we will get back to the shoutcaster with cheer up. 3, 2, 1 เรา fighting พร้อมกัน in 3, 2, 1 fighting
จริงเว้ย
3, 2, 1 fighting.
Unless you want to say it like fighting. What's
But
your
anyway,
secret? I just eat and sleep. Who do you think is
Like
gonna make
everyone
it?
does.
I don't care. I'm the top dog.
Yeah, I mean, whoever it is, especially if they're in the bottom of top 12, it will just be numbers and points for them. So let's see who will be winning, and that would be dependent on the teams that was mentioned as well. Whether it's Onyx Olympus, Heavy, BE Sports, whoever will be able to get to the top 12, that it's all dependent on them, their consistency. But this time, this is, I would say, retribution for Moshi. After 0 eliminations earlier, he is the MVP with 5 eliminations and 3662 on the damage, and well, I guess he let go of Famas and switch over to a sniper, giving him more chances.
Yeah, absolutely. But we of course see the MP40 on screen. This was an unfortunate round for Moshi because he dropped into the game, could not find the sniper, got eliminated, came back, still found an SMG, got a couple of eliminations for himself. Took him a while to ramp up, but Moshi just showing us that no matter what kind of adversity is put into, no matter what kind of challenge you throw at him, he is going to be able to rise above. Beautiful stuff out of him. So congratulations, Moshi, for grabbing that MVP, but double that, congratulations for Team Buriram for overtaking RRQ with the most number of booyahs in the competition. And obviously, we know they've got the most number of points in the competition. Currently, or the last time we checked in, when we started the day, they had already exceeded 1,000 points. My biggest question for the day is how many will Buriram be able to rip away from today's day of play? Because in the first two games, we didn't really see a lot from them. And then they had that massive booyah in the previous game with a total of 30 points. And now they've ended this game as well with a decent number of points getting that booyah. So great stuff from Buriram these past two games.
Yeah, definitely. And they're pulling away from AG Global, especially with AG Global like not performing that well compared to last week. So it's already 143 points between them, and a lot more might be seen from Buriram United, as we can see. But surprisingly, Wasana was not performing as well. Only one elimination from what we saw earlier. But one thing's for sure, Twisted Mind and AG Global is not yet done for today. Even with Sam Ming with 15 glue balls destroyed, 4 revivals coming from AG Global. Well, I wish that AG Global can bring more, but looking at the numbers, Buriram United as well as Twisted Mind going to put themselves up high.
But of course, my main agenda here is to check out exactly how Onyx Olympus is doing up against PE Sports as well as Heavy. And this game, they did definitely better, but not so much better, right? 8 points up against Heavy, who managed to get 4. So they've only managed to extend that lead that they have up against Heavy by 4 points. And that is still danger zone. Heavy has got 2 more games to go. They need 29 points to catch up with Onyx Olympus. This is still a possibility, but we need to see them grab a booyah, or maybe even the final 2 booyahs that are available from this day of play.
Yeah, I mean, that's hoping for that as well. I mean, a little bit of pressure for Onyx Olympus is good so that they can perform better, similar to what we've seen for the earlier parts of this day. Onyx Olympus, though there are some questionable moves, there might be some logic and based from their coach or from their teammate, their IGL, but hopefully they can go in for a different approach this time, a little bit more of a logical and as well as achievable approach to grab more elimination as well as good placement points.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, they have done a lot thus far, but you know, it's just not enough in the grand scheme of things to really put a distance between themselves and the team that's in the 13th and 14th spot, right? Like you said, there's a lot of heat, there's a lot of fire within the hearts of these Vietnamese players, and you know they'll be able to get the job done. If you're PE Sports, you are a little you're making me trip on my words, PE Sports, but I want to see that dream run from them as well. Onyx Olympus really has to continue putting out their very best in order to make sure that does not happen. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back though, the final 2 games of day 16. Absolutely, and there's no doubt whatsoever they are going to be able to pull this off. Shin too low on that HP and RRQ.
Strategi yang lain pasti ada, tapi nggak mau kasih tahu.
Trying to find somebody nameless though on the ground. Sping is gone. Crazy all alone, and he gets caught. Furry round. Second booyah.
ก็ตอนนี้น่ามี RQ ครับผมเล่นดี
Diggs now. Exposy gets the back down and high down on the ground.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Absolutely, and there's no doubt whatsoever they are going to be able to pull this off. Jin too low on that HP and RRQ.
Strategi yang lain pasti ada, tapi nggak mau kasih tahu.
Trying to find somebody nameless though. On the ground, Sming has gone crazy all alone and he gets caught. Furry round. Second Booyah
ก็ตอนนี้น่าจะมี RQ ครับผมเล่นดี
Digs now. Exposy gets the
Oh
back
my
down
gosh,
and high down on the ground. Exposy get down on the Stunko.
Lagi gue main, lu nggak akan bisa menang lawan tim gue.
As many as he can take out, if he clutches it, he will be godly. But AG come up on top of the Booyah.
Laknat chup.
Members, and it looks like an overextension from GOW is going to cost them the Booyah.
You running out of members, running out of stamina. Wasana will not stand.
Thấy rồi, em đang đánh giá khá cao WZ.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
First blood.
We are back for the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall 2024 knockout stages. For today, 2 more chances for the team, especially for those in Group C, to catch up to their opponents, to be able to grab all those points and reach that top 12. Who will it be? By the end of the day, that is a question left for the rest of the team. But for the caster's test, I'm still Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, together with Mustachio AJ, will be the voices that you'll be hearing all throughout the remaining maps of the day.
Absolutely, and it seems like it's going to be a very interesting fight between Onyx Olympus as well as Heavy. They are neck and neck in terms of performance from the day. And Heavy's chugging it out, right? They've had their bad days, but today is definitely not one of those. They have decent performance, and as long as they can be like a couple of steps ahead of Team Onyx Olympus, it's going to be all good. But we've seen Onyx in the final circle more often than Heavy, and I think that's something that needs to change in these final 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, Heavy might be putting in a lot of work, especially in how many placement points they are getting. But elimination-wise, Onyx Olympus are getting much more. And thus the gap between them is very, very close. And there's no getting away from like both of these teams because they're both in Group C. So by the end of the day, they will take I think they will be taking a rest and then moving into the following day wherein they will be battling against each other. So that is something that Heavy or Onyx Olympus need to work on, which one will be taking more of the points by the remaining 2 maps. We have Next-Terra as well as a random map in play, but for Next-Terra, we're talking about AG Global, WAG, and Bermuda United as top 3, and they're all part of ANC.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And of course, would love to see exactly what AG Global has got to bring to the table, because they have not been having the best of days today. It has been quite the tortured start for them on this final week. 35 points from the first 4 games, as opposed to what they were able to do last week, absolutely wrecking their competition. This time, it's the softer version of AG Global.
Yeah, and for Bermuda United though, I mean, by the end of the first 2 maps, wherein Evo's Divine, Bigatron, Delta are just fighting against each other, they managed to grab 2 Booyahs, put themselves on the top of today's match, and 83 points in total, 20 points ahead of Evo's Divine. So that really tells the story of Bermuda United. It is not necessary for them, but they just want to prove that they are still the kings of knockout stage. Hopefully that transcends to the final stage as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, we are more than interested to see exactly who are the top 12 teams that makes it through to the final week of battle. Point Rush as well as the grand finals await them. And like we have been talking about from the very start of the day, the fight isn't between too many of these teams. Now, the conversation has slowly moved away from PE Sports as well as Star Knights. But here's the surprising thing. Star Knights are actually not too bad today, right? 35 points in the overall grand scheme of things. Their performance is better than teams like WAG, Twisted Minds, as well as PE Sports. And if they can keep this up, perhaps there might just be that glimmer of hope here for the final Indonesian team that's currently not in the top 12 to make it through before it's too late.
Yeah, that's a long travel though. 57 points to be able to reach that top 12, and that is provided Onyx Olympus is not getting any points, but Onyx Olympus is second in the list of the day out of the 4 teams that we were talking about, and that is something that they need to stop. But Onyx Olympus, well, let's see on how well. It didn't do so well for Onyx Olympus in the final match. Or to be honest, like there were 2 matches wherein they didn't get any placement point, and that is one thing that they worked on Alpine. They got second place, but only 7 eliminations. So there's still a few things lacking for Onyx Olympus, and hopefully they can find that out to put into play on the remaining 2 maps.
Top 3 headshots, and of course led by none other than the Wasana with the 18 headshots thus far, and Jump God in the second spot with a total of 15. 14 from Jack and his AWM. I mean, we have seen the beautiful plays from Wasana. We know Jump God is capable of those lethal shots, but we really need to depend on Onyx to save Onyx Olympus from doom in the overall grand scheme of things. So it's good to see him here in the top 3. We need to also see the headshots provided by Jack convert into elimination points for the squad as well.
Yeah, he needs to be jack of all trades to be able to get all those eliminations. He's done for the Jack in the Box era. It's now jack of all trades. But as we go in top 3 damage, once again, we have Wasana leading the pack. Evo's Array will be in there with a Woodpecker. And same goes with the Woodpecker, Jonah from Bermuda United. So 2 out of 4 will be in the list for the top 3 damager.
Yeah, Wasana and Jonah, both of them the top fraggers of the squad thus far in the current season, which is very surprising if you ask me, as far as Jonah's performance is going, because in the recent past, for the past few tournaments, we have seen Jonah struggle with his capability out there on the battlefield to bring in the eliminations for the squad. But I think even he noticed that, and he did not want to be the leader of the squad and not be able to dance around on the battlefield like the rest of his team members. And when he turned it up a notch, you can really see that this guy is just so gifted in the game of Free Fire. 172 eliminations thus far, only outdone by Wasana and that 190.
Yeah, and then Moshi will be following and get high, but Moshi, I'm seeing a little bit of a downtrend for Moshi. His performance is not that much, probably reserving a few of those tactics towards the grand finals. Hopefully that's the case, because earlier we saw him with 0 elimination. I know luck is a factor as well, even from the previous map, but Moshi is like, it's a different player overall. Pretty much like Wasana, he is very consistent. Like their cooperation, the 2 of them, the duo of Wasana and Moshi has brought in a lot of booyahs for Bermuda United. So we just have to find out if this is just a slump for Moshi or this part of the plan, so that they will not be caught off guard come grand final.
Oh yeah, I most definitely agree with you, right? Moshi hasn't really been seeing the best side of himself out there on the battlefield, but look at us complaining about a guy who has got 145 eliminations. I mean, he hasn't been that bright North Star, but he's still decent out there in comparison to many of the other players who are struggling to find their way. The only thing Moshe was struggling with earlier is finding that AWM for himself, which was obviously eluding him very weirdly throughout the whole matchup. But of course, these are the stars that we have to keep our eyes on. Moshi from the side of Buriram, Saming out of Twisted Minds, as well as Gary from Onyx Olympus. And speaking of Saming, I haven't really seen this guy much.
Yeah, I mean, well, apart from being taken down, we've seen so much, but like performance-wise, Saming, I don't know if the current meta, if the current update has affected the snipers, because Moshi, the sniper, Saming, a sniper as well.
You as well,
like, yeah, I mean, there is they toned down in getting the highlight, and not quite sure if it's with the meta or probably is the meta because of the update, or they're just finding their way because it just came in recently and they're still struggling to find the perfect balance in terms of what they can use all throughout the game.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think the update has really messed with what the snipers can do out there on the battlefield, because it's pretty consistent across the board. Many of the snipers are struggling to find the engagements. Even the AC-80 are not finding a lot of those connections. The Trogon is once again the superstar out there on the battlefield, but that does not mean we're not seeing some of these beautiful AWM plays, just not as many as we used to see in the past. But of course, let's take a look at some of the team stats here. One of the teams that are struggling in the competition currently on, I don't even know why we're showing these stats. On every front, Vamos is struggling.
Yeah, Vamos is struggling. I mean, it's not the first time that they have been in this stage. It's just a combination of different players from different teams. But it's a good thing as well. I mean, together with Bigatron and Delta, they have been reintroduced into this level, and a good chance, but it's becoming of a couldn't say waste, but lost opportunity for Vamos and to be able to put in so much into play, because there's little chance of them to get to that top 12 compared to what we've seen in Bigatron Delta. This is the first time that they have stepped into this level. Most of the time they are left behind from the qualifiers, and now they're showing up why they deserve this spot.
Absolutely. And of course, let's take a quick peek here at Team Heavy as well, one of the better teams. Yes, they are not doing too great in the overall grand scheme of things, but currently they're tethering on the very edge, on the 13th spot, 29 points away from Onyx Olympus, trying their very best to break into the top 12. There's a big possibility that may just happen, but PE Sports, who are 4 points behind Heavy, that essentially puts them 33 points behind Onyx Olympus, still do stand a chance. They've got 2 more games to go. If they can explode on the battlefield, they still do have a chance of getting into the top 12, but staying there, of course, is a different question altogether.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, every time they go in for rest, other teams will try to catch and push them out of that top 12 if they ever make it. So it's dependent on the remaining 2 maps for Heavy today to be able to show us if they can overtake Onyx, or, well, for Onyx Olympus to overtake GOW as well, because it's only 11 points between them. And even if Onyx Olympus will be resting and GOW will be coming in back into play, at least they have that little bit of buffer to keep them afloat on that top 12. So a lot of hopes, a lot of assumptions in terms of numbers before the game starts. I know it's taking a while, but I guess in a few we're going to see these teams fight it off on Next-Terra, as well as the next map that would be totally random.
Yeah, a few other players that we definitely need to keep our eyes out for. Jonah, 14 eliminations, does find the competition. In today's day of play. Ray with 12 eliminations for himself, actually outdoing Jonah with the damage as well as the headshots. And of course, Saming, 10 eliminations. Although we do see Saming here, we haven't really seen a lot of Twisted Minds, right? In the grand scheme of things, they've got 34 points. They are the 4th worst team in terms of performance overall. They are the 9th team in terms of performance, picking up points. So this is going to be something that Saming and squad really fix. But once again, they're currently sitting in the 3rd spot in the overall leaderboard, And even if they don't perform, nothing's going to happen.
No pressure.
Yeah,
No pressure for Twisted Mind. I mean, they can go all out in the aggressive gameplay, and that is showing right now. That's what we love. That's what Twisted Mind has put a mark in terms of this level of competition for Free Fire, and that's one thing that we want to see more and more. Not really thinking of what placement they have. It's as long as they get a lot of elimination, it will, like, the placement will follow. You take down any team who's in front of you, aggressiveness, but not too risky, responsible aggressiveness, I would say, that would bring them and give them that booyah. Because currently, for the top 5 of the team, though they are on the 3rd place, they only have 6 on the booyahs. They're just doing so much well in terms of elimination.
We are on standby to kick off game number 5, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So please do not go anywhere just yet. The players are all ready to hop on into the lobby. We're just making sure there are no disturbances whatsoever so that we can have a smooth game. Speaking of which, as we look at Vamos right now, I wonder how much they had to pay Legolas to get him onto the squad, because this man is struggling at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, they're struggling overall. Legolas is trying to put them afloat, but again, 7 to 17 place, very far for the one above them, which is Stodak. And well, I guess that is something that can tell us the story of the future of Vamos, unless they have already picked up a plan on what will be happening next. Because it's very difficult to say that Team Vamos, or I would say it's already total that Team Vamos will not make it to the grand finals. The only question is what will be next, or what will be the future of this team.
Vamos, like you said, needs 164 points in order to break through the top 12. And that's 164 points assuming Onyx Olympus does not play or pick up any points at all. So you're most definitely right. There's just no way in hell they're going to make it through to the top 12. So the best they can do is perhaps grab some good highlights for themselves. Take a few hot drops against some big teams, mess around with them. Maybe you want to take a hot drop on Onyx Olympus, ruin the chances. Take a hot drop on Heavy, just absolutely kill their chances of making it into the top 12. There's a lot that Vamos can do just to bring the conversation over to their side once again in a positive light. Just like what Bigatron Delta did. I mean, Bigatron Delta is not the best team in the competition, but they built a name for themselves just playing against Falcons time and time again.
And doing that, Vamos is doing that like most of the time going against Onyx Olympus, but most of the time as well losing this gunfight. But Mikasa right now, as well as the rest of Vamos, is putting in so much. Onyx Olympus 2 down already. Recovery might be done, and Jack will be eliminated. So Vamos is in a good start, but it's not the first time that we've seen Team Vamos. It's just sustainability of their performance, especially when other teams are involved.
Yeah, Vamos is like that car that races and uses the nitrous at the start of the race before the car hits top speed. So they are just using the nitrous just to get to top speed, which is obviously not a good idea. If you're a good driver, you know exactly why. Evos Divine absolutely unhurt by that engagement. They'll back away. Abex did manage to find an engagement and an elimination for himself. And it looks like Onyx Olympus will survive this engagement as well, all thanks to Evos Divine and their interference. Kathizi gets brought back. And that's... Oh my god, Kathizi is just going to drop right on top of Zairu. Does he get it? He does have the Thompson in hand. And Zairu goes down.
But no elimination just yet for Onyx Olympus. They're still alive. And Evos with the Arvan scan spotting 3 players from Vamos, and Avax will be taken down. Now, kill leader will be Team Vamos. Hopefully everything that we're saying is the motivation that they have. Not only that, like if they know, if they've seen the performance, if they understand how good a performance they have from the beginning of the game up, and then it goes bad towards the middle, not even reaching the end, then this can be a good motivation for Team Vamos to go and grab all those points. As you mentioned, even if they don't take it to the top 12, put in a lot of highlights for themselves, make sure that the team can still be surviving at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what I'm talking about, right, Jun? Manages to knock the day down onto the ground, and that's going to be a solid elimination for them. Riptide Rhythm breaks down Mikata and his defenses, leaves him wide open on the battlefield. LBT backstabs Kiba down, and Onyx Olympus out super early. And remember what we were talking about. We highlighted the right thing here for Vamos to take on teams like Onyx Olympus early, just to snuff them out, giving other teams a little bit of extra opportunity. And PE Sports, the team that desperately needs those points, needs Onyx Olympus out of the way, was the final one to put the bullet in the coffin. But AG Global right beside them to take advantage of PE Sports here. They need a desperate revive as Ban goes down. Don't Cry is back, so PE has that insurance.
They have that insurance. Hopefully they can carry that over and still manage to survive. AG Global, though, falling down. A nade coming from Nero takes down Caramel, but the pickup will be done by Do. Now, Twisted Mind battling against Bigatron Delta. Only 2 remains for BTR. Dix and Koja trying to get away, but Heavy might have their sights on them. Expose, a little bit of a VSS action against Dix, plus the FGL. And the glue wall will not be taken down. They still survive though. Apart from Koja and Nix, we still have Nems who's just waiting for them. But there's no way out for Koja, especially if he has no glue wall.
Stop Nero dead in his tracks. Koja managing to walk away from Saming. And that AC-80 just not giving Saming that elimination. Attack all around, on the other hand, we'll find a couple of Star Knights out there on the battlefield. 18D a little bit late to the party, but he does back up his team member. And Raz moves on in, gets the knock, but knocked down onto the ground himself. Cougar with a backup. 18D walking into the fight all alone. And now he catches Poon God off guard. Poon God cannot stay and fight this off anymore. He backs away, only to circle around. Does he get it? Chaos out there on the battlefield as Limit interferes as well, knocking Raph down onto the ground. But the recovery from Star Knights, absolutely sublime.
And sublime indeed. Only 1 remains for an attack all around, and Star Knight is still alive. Limit though, the sniper, has nowhere to go, and he has his back open. He is being targeted by some of the teams as well, and Nade gameplay might bring him down. Damage received by Limit. Even Faiz has him like pinch at this point and trying to tank that blue so that he doesn't lose sight of Limit.
3 eliminations strong for as I say that, Limit finds Faiz and his head, knocking him to the ground. 18D going in for the save, but Limit says nope, not for you, sir. Quickly puts him out. 18D brings him right back in on that revival, but Star Knights, beautiful performance from them at the start of this game, and Raph finds that revenge as well, knocking Limit down, grabbing a point off of him.
Yeah, and Heavy will be jumping into the fray against Star Knights. Now let's see if the Star Knights are well equipped with that armor. Even Van will tank for the flank. We've seen this before, and they are pushing Star Knights out of this compound. But will they survive? Yes, it doesn't hurt that much. As per you, AJ, this is just a pinch, but with Heavy putting heavy damage on to you, this would just be more than a slap. So I think Star Knights will be in trouble.
Star Knights are definitely in trouble here as Heavy moves in for the elimination. Grenade, not going to find anyone just yet. Off screen, Limit brought back by Poon God. Hans tagged up, Bison in hand, Ice Grenade ticking away at him. 18D shows up, unable to find the elimination, all thanks to the solid glue wall. Hans is quickly backing away from this heated engagement. 18D with a Trogon in hand can definitely outpace him with the damage. But Hans is too quick on his feet. Very, very smart play coming through from Heavy. Just jumping out of the house, making sure they are not in trouble. FGL by the corner of the wall will make sure the players on the side of Star Knights do not come on aggressive. Raph gets sprayed down as well as he does manage to get the hit. Hans will be able to get the trade back out. Kabi down on the ground. 18D down as well. Heavy just absolutely wrecking Star Knights and their hope.
And this is what they need right now. Star Knights will be knocked down. On the other side, we have WAG, who's not performing that well. Third from the bottom, going against a BTR, who has already grabbed a booyah for the day. Again, the Giant Slayers are here, not only targeting Team Falcons anymore, they are putting a good play, but with 2 remaining, is this enough for them? Alan being shot by Kyong, still managed to survive, and WAG has an advantage against BTR.
Bigatron Delta, 2 more players left out here on the battlefield. WAG trying to circle them in and snuff them out. No money on the side of Kyong as well for the revival. Cyrus caught out, but beautiful play with the corner of the house. Kyung will play that counter. Tatsuya with a rebel rush to back away, but from afar, Alan does manage to find the connection. Kyung down on the ground. Koja, the final player, has got the AWM straight to the head of Krillin, gets the knock, but no elimination just yet. Can he find Kyung? A tad bit too far. He's gonna get rushed, and that's about it for Team Begatron Delta.
Megatron Delta being eliminated. WAG managed to survive in 6 elimination overall. X-Board will be revived in a bit the moment they get into that zone. But I guess they're stepping out, trying to loot up as well as gather all the points or coins that they need for that revival. AG Global, a team that we're expecting to do well, especially with how they did last week, has nothing to worry about as well. They already grabbed that second place on the overall standings, and much like Twisted Mind, they are pretty safe to get to the top 12. No reason for them to show any more of a new gameplay, but they need to show up as well for the fans out there who's hoping that they can grab those booyahs.
AG Global 7 eliminations thus far. In the grand scheme of things, they have been having a very rough day here. Once again, 35 points for the past 4 games. On average, that's less than 10 points per match, which is not the usual AG Global that we know. But in this game alone, right now, as where they stand, they are pretty close to beating that average. And if they can catch out Star Knights, they should be able to put themselves one up here.
Yeah, Faiz has been revived as well as Raz, but it will be trouble for Raf right now, and going away would be a smart move for those being revived. Raf receiving damage and stopping in on his heels, but they need to get into blue. 8 elimination overall. UAV will be put out just to make sure that no one will be straggling and they can spot them on. But AG Global needs to find that next circle and find a good compound to hide in.
Attack all around, on the other hand, slowly rotating towards the boxing gym. Raz brought back in already, has got the AN on him. And Vamos spotted crossing on the battlefield. Vamos on fire, that's a little bit of a surprise. Having a lot of eliminations in hand. They may just be able to deal heavy damage to the other teams, but up against attack all around, this may just be a little risky. AG Global approaching as well, but Heavy out of nowhere, just flying straight in front of Vamos. This is trouble indeed for Vitan.
Yeah, let's see if the backup will be coming, and there you go, backup's already there, but damage already been dealt by Team Vamos, and Tan will be going down. And the tackle round will be pulling out of this, not really risking for them to be eliminated. Mikasa for the takedown against Kabi, and 2 down already. 2 more heading to Star Knight, which spells trouble for Team Heavy. And this is what we love. Again, we ask for Vamos to put in good gameplay so that they are good highlights. They are still afloat in terms of their next run of FFWS SEA, but Heavy is not yet over for this battle. They can put in a fight against Vamos, but we'll have to see, because Star Knights also making some noise, making them think twice before approaching.
Heavy cannot afford to fall here. They need to find a way to exit this battle and a better defensive spot. But the problem here is it's all out pandemonium in this next circle. Too many teams alive, too little space to play around with. On Next-Terra, you've got a little bit of extra compounds to kind of hide away at. But the problem here is it just gives so many teams the capability to survive up to this point. And when there's too many players in that circle, you just absolutely get caught off guard because you don't know exactly where you need to be pointing and shooting. Attack all around up against AG Global, but this is going to be a standoff for quite a little while.
Yeah, it will be a while, though. A little bit of pressure being put in by AG Global. It's more of identifying who is in front of them before they go in for a long flank. We've seen 2 of the players of AG Global goes in a little bit on the edge of that boxing gym, but Cougar right now will try to recover Limit, who has been taken down. Evo's Divine will be jumping in, and as well as AG Global, 3-way battle potential to happen right now.
It was Divine. There's 2 eliminations thus far, but they lose Ray. This is not good as AG Global approaches from the back. Krillin off screen will find G'day. Ray out of the equation as well. WAG doing a number on EVOS Divine, and AG Global joining this fray as well. Attack all around, looking for a couple of those points. Nothing going the way of EVOS Divine except that 1 good shot from the side of EVOS. Aim got down on the ground already. Abex not able to get to him in the nick of time. And Cougar just beside him, all 3 players from the side of attack all around. He wishes he did not knock down that blue wall now.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Oh, a tackle round! What? Being eliminated. Evo's Divine still managed to survive, but in front of him is AG Global. Glue Wall after Glue Wall, and he's still alive. Finally being taken down by that shotgun coming from Stop. But AG Global might be in trouble. Do needs to be picked up as they head into next phase. Burim United is already in there, and Team Vamos just waiting for everyone else to come in, but they are not putting in so much of pressure, so much of presence in putting down those running out in the open.
Attack all around, playing a little bit of now you see me, now you don't with this. 3 players snuffed out just like that. A little bit insane, but let's see if or not they will be able to make a little bit of a comeback later on. Attack all around is one of the better teams in play today. 46 points out of the previous 4 games. I guess Next-Terra is just not a spot where they do excel. Buriram is keeping the very edge of the circle. And they're outside of this next zone. They have to make their way in, but they do see Vamos standing right there in front of him. And Cyrus knows he can't do much with the farmers from a distance like this. This trigger discipline not going crazy just yet.
And now crazy movement coming from Cyrus. He's just depending on X-Bore probably on a long distance, but he has a good view of Star Knight. Portal Go, a little bit of expensive investment coming from the team, but let's see if that will work. Sypha brings down Don't Cry, and PE Sports will be eliminated. Hopefully they've grabbed a lot more points to put them afloat in the race for top 12. AG Global is looking good this time around, as Team Vamos is still alive, and kicking below them is Burim United. Despite of receiving a lot of damage, they are still surviving.
WAG now with the high ground, trying to make some beauty out of this play. Circle's gonna force them in shortly, but they've already got the launch pad ready. I don't know where they're gonna be shooting themselves towards, but for the time being, they're taking great advantage with this position. Maybe up to the roof, and that should put them in prime spot to walk away with the booyah this time round.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, most of the time they were taking map number 6 to grab that booyah, especially for the Vietnamese team. That has been the pattern. And with the Portal Go on the launch pad overall, they have a good spot right now to spot AG Global as well as Star Knights, but not so much of pressure. Star Knights being taken down by Burim United. That will be the third, make that 4th elimination. And let's see who's next in the list for BRU.
Yeah, Burim just showing up at the very last second here. 4 eliminations in hand already. Trying to make that 5, but AG Global sneaking away that 1 point. Vamos still alive and kicking. That is a huge shocker for all of us here. And WAG just clean away from all of this chaos. Great positioning that they played earlier on from the bridge. Now to the opposite side. Going to be challenged by AG Global, who spot them absolutely comfortable on the opposite side of the battlefield. WAG doing good to walk away from them on that right-hand side flank. And they switch sides with all of the rest of the teams. Great movements from WAG.
WAG right now just taking the high ground. AG Global, this is a ring around the rosy for all this team. Everyone chasing each other. AG Global, Burim United, WAG. When will you get in the middle? No stopping them at all as Cyrus goes down. AG Global might be on top of WAG right now, but Burim United will be that distraction. It's a 2v3v3 situation, and X4 not really hiding out. Burim United targeting him.
Yeah, great play coming through from WAG. Now it's a 3v3. WAG up against Buriram. X4 down on the ground. Mochi trying to make the best out of this as they spot out Alan with a Wukong. Turns into a bush for just a sliver of a second, but Buriram hits the booyah yet again. A back-to-back-to-back.
Back-to-back-to-back, and then final moment when the camera switch. I saw Wasana was a little bit, I don't know, serious or probably bored because he read this already. He knows this is about to happen. But WAG putting in a good fight, a better fight compared to what we've seen them play in the first 3 or 4 maps. So WAG, hopefully this shows more in the upcoming matches. So again, the 5th place, they're in a comfortable spot.
I mean, towards the final battle sequence, we saw Buriram had no eliminations, and then they came across Star Knights, which they obviously absolutely wiped on the battlefield. AG Global snuck away 1 point. Buriram said, No problem, brother. We will take care of you a little bit later. The only disappointing thing about this Buriram Booyah is it was not a massive Booyah. 11 eliminations they walk away with, as well as the 12 points for a total of 23. Yes, they've got 3 Booyahs back to back, but unfortunately, the performance has been dwindling from 30 points to 26 to 23 now.
Yeah, hopefully their lack of performance here will translate to the grand finals. That's the only thing I'm thinking. Like there's no pressure in really being that number one as long as they can bring it on grand finals, because last season they have put in so much of a lead against the rest of the teams. Come grand finals, they've been pushed out because a lot of tactics has been shown, and it's very difficult to predict the other teams were not performing but made it to the top 12.
I mean, 4 out of 5 games thus far, we have seen Buriram in the top 3. In fact, at Purgatory, they took that second spot, and then Alpine, Kalahari, Next-Terra, they managed to get the Booyah. The only game where we did not see them in the top 3 was at Bermuda. They took the 4th spot. I mean, still pretty impressive, right? Buriram, I mean, I think they are on a mission, Neptune, to show us that they can hit that string of Booyahs on the final week. Today is day 1 of play for them in this final week. Perhaps that's exactly what they have planned for us.
Yeah, let's see as we go into interview, let's see if that plan will be translated by the players. So let's head over to Thailand, to Buriram United.
Another Booyah from Buriram United Esport, and this is Wasana. Yay! Wasana, how do you feel today?
เป็นไงบ้างคะวันนี้
รู้สึกยังไงบ้าง
ก็ชิวๆครับวันนี้เรื่อย
quite chill so
Is that the performance of someone who say chill
ผลงานที่เราทำนี่คือไม่น่าจะเรียกได้ว่าชิล
มันชิลหรอ
ค่อนข้างดุดัน
มันตึงนะ
ๆแล้ววันนี้เล่นชิวๆพี่ไม่คิดอะไรครับก็ลั่นๆเลย
Oh my god
Today we just play for chill, don't think too much, but it's outperform anyway.
Okay, because of you fight a lot every game, so I want to know when you feel exhausted, what do you do?
ก็คือเราเล่นนะค่อนข้างเดือดมากเลยก็เลยอยากรู้ว่าเวลาที่เราเหนื่อยๆอย่างเงี้ยเราทำอะไร
ก็ออนพอร์ตปกติก็หาอนิเมะดูครับหรือไม่ก็เล่นเกมกับเพื่อนในแคมป์ครับส่วนใหญ่ก็เล่นเกมแบบ
โอเคเกมผ่อนคลาย Okay, so when I want to do something for relax, I just watch some anime or play like logical game with friend.
Yes. Okay. I want to know that according to the record, you got a lot of MVP. Do you think that is it enough for you to be an MVP in the final round?
เพราะจากว่าเราค่อนข้างได้ MVP มาหลายครั้งแล้วในตั้งแต่แข่งมาคิดว่าเราได้มาพอหรือยังที่ทำให้เราได้ MVP ในรอบไฟนอล
ยังคิดว่าไม่พอครับก็ต้องเก็บไปเรื่อยๆอีกเพราะว่าทีมอื่นก็เก่งเหมือนกันครับ
I think it's not enough. I still have to collect more because I think other team also perform well as well.
If I'm not wrong, it means like you have 7 games left. How much you want to get an MVP?
รู้สึกว่าเราจะเหลืออีกประมาณ7เกมคิดว่าอยากได้ MVP ที่เหลือกี่ครั้ง
สัก 3 ครับ
I want another 3
So how many percent that you think you can get?
คิดว่ากี่เปอร์เซ็นต์ที่เราจะได้
ก็รอชมดีกว่าครับพรุ่งนี้
Let's wait
ก็
and see
เกมสุดท้ายวันนี้ด้วยครับ
Okay, let's wait and see, and especially the last game today.
I like his confidence. Last but not least, anything you want to say to your fan club?
มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆไหมคะ
ก็ฝากติดตามพวกผมหน่อยครับรายการนี้จะเอาแชมป์มาฝากทุกคนให้ได้ครับก็เต็มที่ครับ
Please follow and support us. We will do our best and bring the champion to Thailand.
So please cheer for Buriram because this is the last trophy that they didn't get it yet. So let's get back to you, Shoutcaster. Can't wait for the next game.
Confidence as well as not so much of pressure for Wasana overall. I mean, he's always straight face. It's seldom we see him smile, but he knows like he's always focused and for that goal. Even for the questions of for the interview questions, it's more of getting that MVP. Predator of the week that is his target. So hopefully that will be going to Buriram United's side because last week it was AG Global Saifa who got a lot of elimination.
Yeah, absolutely, and no doubt at all, Wasana is definitely on the right track here. Now, we've seen them pull off miraculous plays back to back to back. Let's see if or not they will be able to wrap the day up with a total of 4 booyahs, because they are on their way to outperform themselves at this very point of time. Thus far, they've got a total of 106 points. The most number of points Buriram has ever been able to pick up on one day of play is 127. So let's see if they can exceed that. 5 eliminations from Moshi. Once again, the MVP from this guy really knows how to bounce back.
Oh yeah, I mean, we've been calling it out. Probably like trying to relegate himself after that zero elimination performance, and he's really putting in so much by today. And again, another map available for them to grab Booyah, as well as a lot of elimination. But as we look at the team, Bermuda United, no pressure at all. They know what to do. They understand how to play the game. It's up to those in the bottom that needs to make it work. Going back to the storyline of Onyx Olympus Heavy and PE Sports, Heavy still needs 20 plus points to be able to catch up to Onyx Olympus, as well as Onyx Olympus needs 11 points to take or pull away from that 12th spot and get into the 11, and only one more chance for today to do so.
And there is a big probability they will be able to rip away 4 booyahs in a row, all depending, of course, on what map we get blessed with next. Elimination leader WAG stepping up to the plate. I wonder how much did WAG walk away with?
Yeah, I mean, for WAG, I think they have put in 15 elimination in second place. That is something else for today, but it's not a surprise overall. When we look at knockout stage, we've seen them perform, but for today, after like a huge slump from the beginning of the day, there's on and off, map after map. This time they are putting so much more. Hopefully that motivates them on that map number 6.
Oh yeah, absolutely. WAG, I mean, on and off, but who cares, right? As long as they get absolutely turned on out there on the battlefield, and if they are able to just be like a cyborg that annihilates anyone that steps in front of them, be an X-Ball that shoots down anything that they see, WAG is going to be absolutely fine in the final week. 3,739 damage courtesy of X-Ball, 8 knockdowns from Moshi, 12 of those glue walls exploded by Mr. Ray. They are the 3 key players of Next-Terra. But of course, the bigger question still stands here, Neptune. What map do we get for the final game? Who gets blessed with the extra advantage? And my God, although Buriram gets the booyah, WAG walks away with the number 1 spot.
And this is because of the decline of elimination by Buriram United on the onset and early parts of this map.
Yeah.
They had 3 elimination before they took down Star Knights Esports, and also it's only a few more instances, a few more chances for them to grab a lot more. But WAG position-wise, when they got into that bridge going against everyone else, they have good vantage point, good chance of getting elimination, and that brings them with that 24 points. But looking back into the overall standings, we're going to skip the left side. Let's go to the right-hand side. Again, 565 is a goal, it's a target for Heavy right now, and it seems like it's pulling away slowly for Heavy, making Onyx Olympus hard to catch.
Yeah, dude, I mean, I think Onyx has been doing enough to not be overtaken by PE Sports, but Heavy is definitely catching up with them. Heavy has got 50 points picked up from the past 5 games, and that is crazy, because an average of 10 points per match. And if they keep giving us this, I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to overtake Onyx Olympus. But the surprising thing here is PE Sports are now 2 points behind Heavy, which means both of these Vietnamese squad, they stand a strong chance of breaking into the top 12. It's going to be an absolute cracker of a final week for all of these teams, especially the teams that are in the current bottom 6 looking for the top 12. But the most important question still is to be answered here, Neptune, and I believe we are going to go to that segment shortly. It is the map selector. Where is this random map? Where are we going to get led to?
Yeah, let's see where it's going to be circled at this point. We're going to circle it in a bit. So there we have it. We have all maps laid out. We're going to circle it. Let's see which one's going to circle it. It would be Next-Terra.
The
Back to Next-Terra.
Neptune, with all of the random maps that has been picked thus far, Next-Terra alongside Purgatory has got the lowest picks. They have only come up on that randomizer one time so far. So this is a very rare one. And by the looks of things, like how the teams performed on Next-Terra, it's split. There's no way we can say Buriram is geared for 4 Booyahs back-to-back because they did not get the number 1 spot. WAG outplayed them. AG Global was very aggressive that game as well, out-fragging Buriram. So this is a 3-way fight, and all 3 of these teams that are in the 3-way fight are the top 3 teams on Next-Terra. Let's go, baby!
And that's what we are asking for. Different teams to put in pressure on to Buriram United Esports. They don't want to give them back-to-back.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure that was 4. But Buriram United right now, well, still itching to grab another Booyah to their side. I do hope that it will be better this time around for some teams like Onyx Olympus. It didn't get any points from there, and that leads to a substitution. So Jack, quite surprised why Jack will be taken out. But again, it's chance for Gardu to show up in this game. And let's see if Gardu can put that lead a little bit farther from Team Heavy.
At the end of the day, we do need to see who's got the biggest fight in them. This is the fight for legacy here at the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall Edition. The final match of the day. It has been said, it's Next-Terra. This is the rematch, baby, between the top 3 teams. Let's see who gets it this time.
Yeah, the future is here. Next-Terra will bring that into Free Fire. The only question is, will this be a good flight path? Because we have been shown all day good day for that flight path. Now, Next-Terra, second time around for today. Will there be the same hot drop that we've seen earlier? Because surprisingly, this is the 6th map, and earlier in the 5th, a lot of early engagement has happened, but even in the final moment, still a lot of teams survive. So this might be a very, very crucial moment for some of the teams. Onyx Olympus still dropped with Team Vamos, and this is where they lost 0-0.
Onyx Olympus versus Vamos once again. And like you said, rematch from the previous game. Earlier, it was Vamos that managed to cap the players on the side of Onyx Olympus, and it looks like it's going to be like that once again. Legolas finding the very first knock. Gary out of the equation. I don't think any of the players have got enough on them to bring him back just yet. Gardu under heavy attack as well as the players on the side of Vamos gang up on him. Evos Divine watching from afar. They hear all of the sounds and they might just drop by to say hello.
And Gardu a little bit too fresh in this game. Recovery overall, but Kiva will be taken down by June on that Trogon. Sairu, no way out. Just waiting for June to step in, and Gardu is just going in circles, nowhere to go. Sairu will be taken down. Onyx Olympus looking like another 0 game, and that is just because of Vamos. But for WAG and Twisted Mind, this is WAG where WAG shine brightly in terms of that fight, but Twisted Mind will try to stop it.
Let's see if Onyx Olympus actually ends this with a little bit of a low in terms of numbers, because that's exactly what Heavy is looking for. And if Heavy makes that miracle booyah out of this, we could just see them break away from the lower 6 in this matchup, in this day in itself. Of course, I'm asking for a lot. And Vamos once again leading Next-Terra with the most number of eliminations. This is very impressive, very consistent.
Well, this is where they played well in earlier map. Now, let's see if they can do that once again. Twisted Mind, though, they have slowed down. I think they've lost sight of the other team who is in this area, but Heavy is still in the same fight. And Cyrus right now recovering. Mag 7 in hand, tries to go in 1v2 situation, but Kavi managed to survive. Alan will try to go in for the push, and Alan goes in. Oh no, it was Nims from Megatron Delta who was able to go in for the takedown, leaving Cyrus behind. Alan says bye-bye.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. There's just no time to save Cyrus. Alan was like, nah, no, bro, you gotta survive. I'm gonna go pick up some coins and revive you. You do not worry about that whatsoever. And Alan will be able to do exactly that, as he is the survivor as well as assistant for the rest of the team members to get that revive. Attack All Around, on the other hand, attacking Star Knights all around. Raph will be knocked down onto the ground. Fires, let's go the Riptide Rhythm and gives away his position as well. A little too bad for him because here comes attack all around for the attack.
Attack, splits blitz with that Alvaro Awaken out in the open. Faiz with only a few HP. Glue Wall saves him a little bit. Riptide Rhythm takes down the Glue Wall and Boon God in the chase. No recovery and there goes the takedown. Jump God from afar. XM8 action and Boon God for the finisher. Attack all around. 4 eliminations in play and is still alive though for Star Knight. So where is the final member? We haven't seen just yet.
Yeah, June is still on fire, knocking down Cyrus for grabbing that point off of him. And it looks like 18 Dia is going to be a little sour as he brings back one player. He instantly gets shut down, but I guess job is completed for the guy.
Yeah, and Vamos still in the kill feed. Not quite sure what has happened to Vamos, but they're looking fine right now. Again, hopefully this continues on, especially on the following day that they play. Going into the horizon right now is Heavy against WAG. X-Bor almost losing that fight against Stan. It's a 1v1, but Bigatron Delta will be into play. X-Bor almost being shot at, but managed to heal up and takes down Bitan. WAG still alive, 3 elimination. Hopefully we can see more of WAG, especially as they played with 24 points earlier, even against Bigatron or against Bermuda United. They are a #1 for that map.
The esports in a little bit of a tussle here with Star Knights, but that does not seem to be a problem for them. And PE definitely needs some solid points. They are the worst performing team of the day. 27 points from 5 games. That's not the kind of average you want to be walking into any day of play.
Yeah, definitely no indeed for PE Sports. Bigatron though, still putting in so much of fight, though they've slowed down compared to what we've seen in the early parts of this day. But they are in it to win most of those engagement. Next target on their list is WAG, but Kririn receiving a few more damage, not only from the blue, but also from Team Heavy. And let's see as to how that's going to end. A little bit of fly action just to get away from AG Global and Twisted Mind in the 2v2 situation. Unless Do and Stop steps in, that will be a disadvantage for Twisted Mind.
Yeah, this is a good fight for Twisted Minds as they encounter AG Global. Shutting them down could, well, give them a little bit of extra confidence boost. Does nothing for the overall leaderboard change at all. Cypher brings top back, and therefore that insurance policy buys them an opportunity to continue surviving. Caramel, super sneaky, but Diamond will be able to play the 180 up against him. Cypher does get the trade back, but it is all crumbling for AG Global.
Yeah, AG, well, recovery has been done. Only Caramel left to be revived, and Zoo pulls away. 1 elimination for him, plus 1 with Cypher. It's not looking good for AG Global, so let's see how will they make that work as we switch over to the other side. The tackle around, doing heavy work on to Heavy, and there goes a 4v1 situation. Heavy nowhere inside though, as Evo's Divine is being chased out. I guess Evo's Divine is also losing some of the battles. Star Knight is a little bit too aggressive despite of them being revived overall.
Yes, Star Knights definitely should not be aggressive. I think it has played up against them a little bit too much in the past, and this is one of those teams that really needs to keep their heads down and find that final circle, but I don't know whether it's luck or what they're doing out there on the battlefield that just keeps dragging team after team up against them. 1 elimination thus far, definitely not enough. 46 points to go to catch up with Onyx Olympus, who's in the 12th spot. So Star Knights, they need to slow their pace down a bit here.
Yeah, they need to slow down. No, I mean, get off the highlight plays. More of a tactical and logical gameplay. But tackle around right now, trying to take shots on Bigatron Delta, but Bigatron Delta is making work onto Heavy. Not only that, WAG as well as a few more is putting down Team WAG. Now, it's BTR against Tackle Around. Kyung has already gunned down, and the rest of Tackle Around will make work on Bigatron Delta. I think only 2 remains for them, but they're playing outside blue.
Yeah, Bigatron, one of the surprising teams today. No Falcons, but still showing up time and time again on the highlights because of their phenomenal plays. Just good enough to make sure that they get nowhere close to being relegated from the competition before they reach that final week. But attack all around, looking to finish this off right here, right now. Nems backing away, but he stepped back in a little bit too fast. Jump God will be able to take advantage with the Trogon, smashes him down, and Purgatory Delta out in 12.
Out in 12, attack all around, showing up at this point. Last game for today. Let's see if they can continue this on, as they are staying outside its second phase, going to the third, and we are almost 9 minutes into the play. 10 eliminations already, so it's doing well for attack all around. Team Vamos, another team who's really performing, finding the middle, the center of the circle, of most of the circle, and surviving overall. But surrounded by Evo's Divine as well as Twisted Mind, let's see. This is a test of their survivability if they can win this fight.
Evo's Divine needs to keep their heads down. They are the second best team of the day, looking to be the number one squad, but of course it's a little bit too much to chase. Buriram standing in front of them with 109 points. Fai's beautiful shot up against Katizi, but that's just a knock. The recoveries should be pretty easy. Star Knights not waiting, but moving straight in. This is just absolute insanity from 18 Deer, but he does not get punished for that insanity.
Well, it is Faiz who's being punished right now, and it is Twisted Mind.
Oh
so
my.
that is from
Oh
afar.
my.
FGL.
Oh my.
Oh my goodness, plus grenade coming from June, and Vamos will make work on them. Starry Night for Star Knight says goodbye.
Yeah, it looks like Legolas is the IGL at this point of time, because Vamos is just playing this so differently in comparison to the rest of the days. And I think Legolas finally just threw the towel in and said, I cannot coach you, but let me play with you.
Yeah. I mean, that's good. That's good because Legolas is showing up this time, even taking the lead on pulling out. June, Mikasa will be left. June almost taken down, but the timing indeed. Evo's Divine though meets them. Let's see who goes down. And Kathizi will be on the ground. Ray will be knocked down as well. Aimgod will try to go in far, but June managed to survive. And Mikasa will be taken out by Abax. This is unfortunate for Vamos, and they will be eliminated on 10th place after so much of that hype jumping into Evo's Divine. They go down.
Yeah, I mean, that was that one final move. They thought they were smart because they found themselves a decent spot out in the open. They assumed that's where the next circle is going to go towards, but what they did not see was Evo's Divine was already there, occupying that space. They tried to drop in one wrong move. Katizi went down. The backup crew just could not get the job done. Onyx Olympus, on the other hand, very close to being annihilated, snuffed out, but Heavy just on screen. Nameless! That was just illegal with the farmers.
Only one remains for Onyx Olympus. Another 0 round for Onyx Olympus, but Twisted Mind and Brave United will be meeting up each other. Recovery on the two players on Onyx Olympus, so they do survive and attack all around right now. Just taking this bridge onto the edge, and they have waited here for so long. Now on the other side, PE Sports making work on Onyx Olympus, and this might be it. Onyx Olympus might be eliminated in a bit.
Yeah, Onyx Olympus, it looks like they might just expire with this next takedown. Limit knockdown onto the ground, but attack all around, holding on to a great position. But AT Global trying to wake them out of this. But Jump God sees Caramel flying on intro, gone straight to the chest, puts him down onto the ground. Jump God fighting stop. AT Global just flew into their death. But what a knock with the monster truck. Jump God does manage to put a quick end to Caramel instead of him getting picked up. But attack all around. They lose Cougar as well. Somebody needs to go in here for the pickup, and attack all around manages that recovery. AG Global's disruption did not work.
Limit needs to be revived, but how will that work? Sypha managed to bring back 2 of the players, but where will they go? There's nowhere. There's no real estate that they can drop in. Very safe, but there's no question that they want to survive. But United, though, another slow-paced game, and they're just aiming. But Gardu, unspotted. I think this is it. Onyx Olympus. I don't know. I think Brave United just playing with them. Not really putting in so much attention on Gardu. And there you go. Finally get high, bring him down.
I mean, Gardu thought, oh my goodness, is the Lady Luck finally smiling at me? Buriram said nope. Took his life away. Unfortunate for him. But let's see exactly what else Buriram has got in store for us here. Moshi, great maneuvering in just beside the player of AG Global. Buriram at the very edge of this next circle. Positioning wise, this was beautiful. He was Divine now. Stuck, and they have to rotate out. They dropped that Riptide Rhythm, breaking down the defenses of Buriram, and they want to take down the top dogs themselves.
Now let's see Bermuda United. I mean, that is a great positioning for Bermuda United, even if they are being receiving damage. But as you can see, they are being pushed by Evo's Divine for an elimination, making it 5. And Wasana is on their side. Bermuda United, only a few remains. And will they survive? Get High and Jonah just putting in a lot of survivability in them, but AG Global first one beats them into going back to lobby. Let's see, out of 7 teams, who will grab this booyah?
I mean, Heavy's still in here, but as I say that, Heavy makes their exit. Abex finds him. Vitan, unfortunate. But of course, that should be pretty much good enough for Heavy in terms of 1 day's play. EVOS Divine now looking to be that number 2 team overall in the grand scheme of things. AG Global can no longer catch up with them. WAG might just be able to, but they are outnumbered. So EVOS Divine, this could just be that run that they're looking for. Now backstabbing the players on the side of attack all around, finding Buriram halfway through. Jonah slain out there on the battlefield by Abex. Abex now hopping on in, trying to meet another player from the side of Buriram, and that doesn't even need to see all the way through as Twisted Minds finds the final player from across the battlefield.
Yeah, no one has spotted the tackle around from above apart from WAG, and WAG still struggling on putting them down, and they're battling against PE Sport as well. Here comes Twisted Mind into the mix, and this is chaos overall above the bridge. Not quite sure who will be surviving, but PE Sports is out, WAG is out, only 3 remains, and Twisted Mind attack around. Evo's Divine 4v4v3.
Yeah, Twisted Minds allowed to get the dirty done. EVOS Divine just staying out of this battle, just providing the grenade assistance to both of these teams from outside. And that puts EVOS Divine in prime position to rip away the booyah here. The second one for the day. They started off and they want to end it here in the most beautiful of manner. What? Nameless with a sliver of health has got that Cassie Bond on him. Gives him that extra HP as he tries to run away. Abex now steps in front of Nameless. Nameless turns around, takes the shot up against him. Aim got backing him up. Nameless goes down. Slamming down on the ground. Good day from afar. He was Divine with the final booyah of the day.
I would say that booyah, we owe that to G'day. He steps into the center of circle when the rest of the teams are just chasing Twisted Mind. Even if they don't survive that battle from up top, they will be pushed down, and jumping out of that bridge will deal damage to Twisted Mind, and G'day will just be waiting for them. So overall, few steps ahead, Evo's Divine had planned this booyah.
I mean, this is the best response to the trash talk by Bigatron Delta, getting 1 booyah extra, and on top of that, ending the day as the second best squad. The only thing Evo's Divine will be asking right now is, Bigatron Delta, where are you?
Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see on what they have to say. If they're going to call out one specific player as well, probably Koja might be in the mix, might be in the hot seat later on. But let's look at the final moment. This is the chase being brought in. G'day is already in there at the bottom of this bridge, and Twisted Mind was just pushed away.
And it was just pretty much all out chaos out there on the bridge. Twisted Minds, they hopped on up there, but I love the play of EVOS Divine not wanting to get on the bridge. All they did was support both the squads that were fighting against each other by tossing grenades at them, getting the biggest advantage, letting the numbers thin down first before jumping into the battle to walk away with a booyah. Very well planned, very well executed as well. Most teams plan, but they can't see that plan through. EVOS Divine, obviously, that was not the case for them this time round.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 booyahs overall, that was good. I mean, that was a good booyah for this, even the gameplay. But a tackle around, taking that high ground, that has put them a lot in terms of elimination. They even survive in top 3 in this game. I mean, if that spot has been taken by probably a different team like Heavy, then they might be the ones grabbing a lot more of points and pulling away from their spot. But we'll have to find out later on. The overall, we are just witnessing the final moments of this game where Evo's Divine grabbed that booyah.
Absolutely. So today has been a equal split for Thailand as well as Indonesia. 3 booyahs for Indonesia, 3 booyahs for Thailand. I think everybody's going to be happy. Baby Lee's going to be happy as well. Yuki's not going to be too pleased because she was expecting 4 booyahs in a row. Buriram's not going to be too pleased, but not everybody gets to celebrate all the time, no matter how good you played out there. A little bit of luck plays its own role as well. I mean, the players on the side of EVOS Divine almost got snuffed out as Buriram landed right above them, but obviously things kind of turned around a little bit for them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we are going to go in for the interview, and let's hear what EVOS Divine has to say. So let's bring it over to our interviewer and the teams.
Congratulations, EVOS Divine! Again and again. The second booyah for them. And it was outstanding performance from Indonesian teams, right? So congratulations to EVOS Divine for a brilliant display of skill. And now I wanna talk to you, Abang.
Yeah.
Okay, you look confident to fight in the final fight. What make it?
Kalian terlihat percaya diri banget di final fight tadi. Itu tuh kenapa sih kalian bisa sepede itu?
Ya karena kita udah saling percaya.
He said.
Ya udah.
He said because they already trust each other.
Okay, trust each other is important things, I think. And what are the important things to maintain teamwork in the competition?
Apa sih hal yang paling penting untuk menjaga kerjasama tim pada saat lagi kompetisi gini?
Ya lakuin bareng-bareng aja semuanya. Kalau mau ngapa-ngapain bareng, mau makan pun bareng, biar di in-game-nya pun ke bawah bareng-bareng.
He said to maintain the teamwork is to do anything together, even when they're eating, so they will keep the bonding.
Oh, okay. So, do you have any pre-game rituals for good luck? Because this is the second booyah for you.
Ini kan udah booyah kedua nih. Kalian tuh sebenarnya ada nggak sih ritual-ritual yang dilakuin sebelum game mulai biar kalian tuh beruntung gitu, menang?
Ada. Berdoa kepada Tuhan kita.
Okay, he said, yeah, they have the ritual which is praying.
Wow, cool. And if you could choose another esport team, which one would you want to join?
Kalau kamu bisa milih tim esports lain di Free Fire ini, tim mana yang mau kamu pilih untuk gabung?
Gak ada. Soalnya gak ada sebagus kayak EVOS.
There's no other team that he wants to join.
Ya. Karena yang gue rasain di sini udah nyaman, udah enak lah.
He said there's no other team that he wants to join because he already loved EVOS. It's already a good team, and he's enjoying EVOS team.
Okay. For last, can you give the celebration style round?
What's that hour like?
Yes. Let's go. Make some noise.
Let's go.
All right, thank you so much. I love interviewing with you.
Thank you.
Because you are very cheerful and enjoy. Because thank you so much for your time and good luck in the next day because this is the last match for today. So for everyone, yeah, without further, Shoutcaster, take it away.
That raw kills me all the time, Neptune. I don't know if I want to hide in fear or laugh at it. One of the two, bro.
I mean, I was expecting that from like every time they grab a booyah, but it seems like only one player can do it, or
no.
only one player opts to do it.
The rest of the players are like, nope, don't get me involved in this whole roaring thing. But great play once again from EVOS Divine. I did not expect them to be the second best team. I expected them to be in the top 3. I thought they would be the third best team, but they one-upped me on that. So congratulations to the team. I mean, if they can perform like this on that grand finals day, things are going to be very different. And all of this is happening right now without that home ground buff, right? That home ground buff will make a huge difference. That ayam penyet, that spice may throw the Thai teams off their play a little bit. Maybe Vietnam is not going to be so used to the spice in Indonesia. Maybe that in itself will give them that home ground advantage. Either way, I can't wait for the final week. But we've got 2 more days of play to go in this week.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is just day number 1 of final week, and we'll have to find out what more heated battle because of the spice that they have. And there's different spice. There's different kind of spice coming from Thailand as well as Indonesia. But ABAX, our MVP, 6 elimination, 22, 13 on the damage, and 4 on the headshot. Krogon is his weapon of choice, and we'll have to find out how much more the rest of the teams has brought in. But again, that like the back-to-back Next-Terra has been a good way for the other teams to make corrections on the mistake that they've done on the previous one. I guess those who have failed, apart from Onyx Olympus, has done so much better in that second round of Next-Terra.
Absolutely, man. And I believe with that unfortunate fall of Onyx Olympus in that previous match, it makes them the worst team overall of the first day of the final week's performance. 40 points in total for Onyx Olympus. But if we take a look at EVOS Divine, they had a brilliant game out there, right? Let's look at the total number of eliminations here. A total of 15 for the team, as well as the 12 from the Booyah. 27 points. That puts them in a fantastic spot at the top.
Yeah, no one's trash talking G'day right now because he had 5 elimination. It's not bottom fragging at this point. And well, again, as we talked about as well, they are second for today. But yes, definitely Twisted Mind is bringing back the glory to their side, putting aggression in first. 9 elimination for Nameless, 6 for Diamond. But Attack All Around also played well in this game.
Okay, now I'm curious, how many did Twisted Minds get overall, right? Because there was just 15 between just those two players. Let's take a look at the key players here as well. Cougar with 3,217 damage, 27 glue walls. This right aim got, what in the world? This guy's a rusher, and he was just annihilating those glue walls.
Yeah, I mean, Riptide Rhythm as well as Melters would help, but a lot of glue walls has been laid as well, and it's up to him to really clear out the playing field, and let's see and how well they can play in the upcoming days of battle. MVP leader though, we still have Wasana with 7 MVPs, with close behind him is Du as well as Ma'al, but I haven't seen so much of Ma'al. For Du, I mean, from beginning of the tournament, they did well. They died down midway, and then from last week, they did perform even better than the top teams, which is RRQ. But for today, it's not looking that way for AG Global.
Dude, 20 eliminations from Twisted Minds here to sneak away that number 1 spot. 9 placement points, all thanks to the second spot that they got in that game. Yes, you did take away the Booyah EVOS Divine, but you cannot take away our glory, says Twisted Minds. 27 points in total for EVOS Divine. Attack All Around right behind them is the 23. But let's look towards the bottom. Star Knights got kicked out early. Onyx Olympus bowed out early as well. This obviously shakes up the overall grand scheme of things in terms of the leaderboard. PE Sports now the 11th team, 1 point better than Onyx Olympus. But with Onyx being down at the bottom, Heavy grabbing 61 points, that obviously puts Heavy in a great position, right? They're so much more closer to glory now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, very close to Onyx Olympus. The next time they play, it's much easier for Heavy if they maintain that consistency, but it's a different set of teams that they will be fighting against. So a lot more of hurdles for Heavy to go over. But for PE Sports, I mean, the day is over. They were able to take that 13th spot, and they're very, very close. Hopes is still on them to get to that top 12, but maintaining that would be the question.
I mean, now I'm more curious to see the overall leaderboard, which is exactly what we are about to see right now. And yes, blinking red, here we go. 552 points for Onyx Olympus. Heavy has got 555. What? Wait, how? How did PE Sports overtake? Okay, somebody call the doctor. I'm about to faint.
I think it is one of the instances earlier wherein they move away. Again, it would happen. It would happen. It happened before for Borem United, and it did happen once again. They move away from the final fight, gets into the blue. Thus, they are paying for it. PE Sports is now on top 12.
Oh my God.
This is quite a turn of events, which we are asking for, we did get it.
Okay. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, on the last fight between Buriram United Esports and Onyx Olympus, and this one was during Game 4 in Kalahari, Jack from Onyx Olympus deliberately moved further away from the zone to prevent Buriram from getting more points, and that led to a deduction of 15 points. So Onyx Olympus literally threw away their top 12 spot, and now PE Sports is in. Heavy is right behind them. I am at a loss of words here. This is insanity. This just amps up the heat a little bit more on Onyx Olympus. When we see Group C in participation once again, Onyx Olympus will really have to hustle. Holy mama, I thought it was going to happen, but I did not think that it was going to happen like this.
No offense to Onyx Olympus, but I guess they took the offense and okay, we're going to give it to you. We're going to step out of top 12. Let's give it to PE Sports just to give way for our hopes. But not like this. At least give it a fighting chance. But again, we did call it out.
Yeah.
It happened for Buriram United in the early parts of the knockout stage.
Yes.
And
yes.
Again, deductions overall. Competitive ruling, that's something that needs to be in mind, even in desperate measure, being or surviving against a whole squad. So, yeah, Onyx Olympus, just give way.
I don't understand why Jack would do. I don't understand why any player would do it. You try to deny a team from getting that 1 point off of you, and you cause your team to lose 15 points. The math does not math. It does not make sense. Especially because they were in the 12th spot. This is shocking. This is disappointing. But I am loving this drama because it is going to be a tighter fight between these three teams the next time we see them go out there. But unfortunately, of course, Groups A and C, they will be split after that. They have to take on Group B. So it's all up to teams like GOW to stop all of these teams from grabbing their spot.
Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see if GLW can do so. But again, earlier on the game, Onyx Olympus, I've been questioning the logic of their gameplay.
Yeah.
It shows. There's no logic. They left logic out the door and they just want to play. And they did play quite well, but without logic, like it will mean nothing. It will mean nothing overall.
I don't know, bro. This is just so crazy. I did not expect this sort of a flip in terms of what the overall leaderboard would look like, but I'm all in for it. In a way, we predicted it, but we did not know it was going to happen in this way. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is not the end of the action that you get from this week. Of course, it's the final game of the day, so we have to close the show. But we continue this chaos tomorrow and Sunday. Same place, same time. We'll catch you guys there. Good night and goodbye.